Good morning and welcome all to Sydney Parade. Sorry for the late delay. A few technical issues with the weather, but we're 2 deliveries in. I'm told we're live.
Oh, well, I'll get it in a second.
So, Pembroke are batting. We haven't got the news of the toss.
I'm presuming Pembroke won the toss.
I'm going to assume. I'll check 1 second. So we've had a good start for Leinster. A couple of nice deliveries outside, playing misses from the batsman. We expect we may have a long day today with the weather forecast.
Surprised we got off, to be honest.
Yeah, started. That's Andy Balbirnie through the covers. Nice little punch. And it is dragged in, but they could run
Good
4.
morning.
They looked at it.
We'll get you to do a bit in a little while, yeah? Grand. Are you going to be here for a while? Yeah. Excellent.
So, Leinster won the toss and elected to bowl. So, shows what we
They're
know.
on your head.
The first of the day. Manda having a senior moment. So, nice little put. The boundary are very, very deep today. Right up towards the train line. So, that's why the batsman even looked to run 4 there. Decided against it. Garrett on
Bit
strike.
early to be running that many. Nice shot back through behind point.
Yeah.
Third man will come round and get it before it reaches the fence. But it's 2 easy runs.
5 onto the board.
I'm going to go and get us a monitor, Graham.
Okay. I'll continue just looking. Using God's monitor. So, as you can expect with the forecast today, it's overcast. There is a breeze coming across the ground, so not good weather for fielding in. Oh, well bowled. Yeah, it'd be a tough one for the fielders. All of them are in short sleeve. Well, most of them are in short sleeve, so that's either they didn't buy the long sleeve or they're very, very brave. Yeah. That ball to finish. End of the first. 5 on. Hello, welcome to our newest commentator. And you are?
Claire O'Rourke.
Welcome. How are you? You looking forward to a bit of commentating today?
Yes, I am.
Brilliant. Have you any experience?
No.
Perfect. No, neither did we. You'd need absolutely none. So it's a long day, and all we do is talk. So that's all you got to do.
Okay.
Tell us what you think and what you're seeing.
I think it's fun.
So are you playing yet on any of the teams?
Huh?
Are you playing yet on any of the teams?
I play for Phoenix.
Oh, my old club. So yeah.
Graham has a few stories about Phoenix.
Yeah, I could tell you. Well, I'll tell your dad.
About North Korea, but
But you can look forward to they have a very good women's section, so you can look forward to advancing through the ranks. Of course, you got the Irish captain to look up to.
Yeah.
So that's brilliant.
I had a match this morning and we got hammered.
Oh, well, that is the life. You have chosen this life. Expect it.
Yeah.
Who are you playing against?
Clontarf.
Good side. Yeah. Did you get any runs?
Yeah.
How many?
4.
Excellent.
Not that much.
It's 4 more than I used to get at your age. So now we have a monitor. We can see what's going on. So as you can see, Andy Balbirnie, JJ Garrett at the crease. Andy with that punch to the covers with 3. JJ on 2. And we're going to have Mark Tonge coming in from the nursery end. So we call that end down at your granny's house, the nursery end.
Yeah.
And this end goes St. John's Road end.
Yeah.
Good start.
Yeah.
So do you bowl, bat?
I do both.
Excellent. Right hand, left hand.
Left hand.
I love a left hand bowler. They are the best.
Yeah. They are.
Yeah. Oh, donut. If we come supplied, so there's donuts there. If you wish, you need the energy. Long day ahead.
How long do you stay out here for?
Oh, big shout, but too high. Down, runs down the boundary. Cut off. Will just be the one leg by. Well, till the end, till the bitter end. So hopefully the weather won't affect us too much. We are expecting there could be the odd stoppage. You know, we might have to come off, but so far so good. The wind is blowing all the clouds away.
Yeah.
There is brightness, but well, I don't know, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Long days.
Yeah.
It's all ahead of you. Slowly rise up to the longer and longer format. So Tonge to continue into Gart. Oh. Yes, I thought I heard something from the umpire, so we have a no ball.
Yeah.
So, of course, no ball means a free hit. Our first free hit of the day. Must have been for a little overstretch on his feet.
Yeah.
There we go, free hit called. So our umpires today are Will Houston, I think it's square leg, and I haven't spotted late arrival today, so I haven't chatted to the umpires yet, and they're happy with that. How would you pronounce that?
Icy.
Oh, perfect. Oh, and there goes Garth deep onto the leg side. Lot of air. And it doesn't get to the boundary. Again, they're very deep today. Expecting some... they run 3 though. That was good running, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's the key to a good score. Get those 1s, 2s and 3s going.
Yeah.
You can sit down if you want.
Okay.
I like standing. Oh, nicely played. Just soft hands from Balbirnie. Of course, Pembroke fresh off last week's amazing victory against Marion. Down to the last ball it went. Balbirnie, of course, a big part of that run chase. Getting the 50. Nice little push. Oh, well fielded. Saves 3. Aldi Bakery. What would you like, ring or jam? Well, she's...
No.
Which would you prefer? Jam or sugar?
I don't want either.
Okay.
But thank you.
You're welcome. Playing a miss. Flash hard, as they say, and Garth certainly looking to do that. So, end of the over. So, we've ended 2 overs and 11 on the board. So, decent start for Pembroke. Nothing too crazy.
You want a coffee?
No, thank you. No.
Yeah, you know, no stunting of growth.
Hi, Jimmy.
So, tell us, what number do you bat?
I don't know.
You usually, are you still in pairs cricket?
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Do you have a favourite partner?
My friend Clea.
Yeah. Wide call from Houston. Another one to the total. Yeah. The pairs cricket, it's always good if you have a good partner who you trust, because learning that calling is important.
Yeah.
I'm sure you run a bit faster than your dad did. See, this is where you get to slag off a few people. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And they've no right to reply. Oh, it's good pace there from Mundra. So you say you're left arm over like this bowler?
Yeah.
Yeah. So would you be then trying to swing the ball in? Would you be holding it?
Holding it
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. Of course, no better man than your father to show you. He bowled a few deliveries in his time.
Yeah.
He once tried to teach me the slower ball many, many years ago. Didn't
Did it
go
work
well.
out?
No, not his fault. Don't blame the teacher. Blame the student.
On holidays a few years ago, he taught me my run up and jump.
Ah, perfect. Yeah. So, long run up, short run up, medium?
Medium, yeah.
Good, yeah. You don't want too long.
Yeah.
So this is, Moondra's bowling well here. He's already generating good pace. It's going well for him here at the St. John's Road end. He had a little trouble last year from this end, with a few extras, but so far so good. Again, Balbirnie just being watchful. Of course, no better man to know how to play a long innings deep, and certainly Pembroke will be hoping that for that today.
Why did he rub the ball off his butt?
Well, I know with the white ball they're trying. Well, more so, well with the white ball, yeah, they're trying to keep one side cleaner, so it moves in the air.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. I haven't bowled much with a white ball. I'm more of a red ball person.
too.
The old one, and that one you did need to keep shiny and protect.
Yeah.
The white ball does generally move, and of course, just a little pushback. And of course, at this level, they use a new ball at each end. So they're using 2 cricket balls out there. So they've to bowl from one cricket ball will only be used, hopefully, well, from the bowling side point of view, for 25 overs, and the other for 25 overs.
Yeah.
To keep it harder, the thoughts behind it, keep it harder for longer, so it's a more even contest between bat and ball.
Yeah.
Pembroke, of course, this week, no Tim Tector, who was very quick to lose 2 cricket balls last week, or a couple of weeks ago against Phoenix. Drifts down leg, that'll be a wide. One more to the total. Yeah, so the idea behind it is that one side is smoother. The airflow, when it goes over the ball, it goes over easier, so the heavier side, the dirtier side, kind of. Shorts. Oh, he picked a length very early into Michael Sharp corner in our first 6 of the day. Yeah, that was brilliant batting.
Yeah.
We can see the replay here. Yeah, just a gentle rock back and lifted it.
The last ball you wanted?
Oh, yes. Have we got one? Did it bounce over the wall? Oh, and Leinster aren't too happy because they have to use a brand new ball. Because Will Houston, who is out there umpiring, informed me last week that if you lose a ball in the first 4 overs, that has to be a brand new one.
Really?
Yeah, so that's expensive. Yeah, it definitely must have bounced over the wall. Just shows you. Here's our start anyway in our lineup today. Obviously missing a few of the more renowned players. Sam Murphy comes into the first team as wicketkeeper today for the first time in a while. Greg Hollins unfortunately picked up an injury, who would usually be the first choice after Lorcan. Tucker. But Sam, well, we're very lucky here in Pembroke to have 3 excellent wicketkeepers. Sam, having played a lot of ones crickets at YM. Wait. Nice shots. Just leaned into it, and then with the placement, he didn't need much to do much more. It's lovely batting from Garth. Brings forward to the total. You can see here just a push, really. But it's all about the placement. Dissects the fielders beautifully. So, 23 so far on the board after 3.3. Say a good start inside the power play so far for Pembroke. Leinster persisting with the 2 slips. We've got a fine leg and deep third man. Are the fielders outside the ring at the moment? It's a good line from Tonge. Playing a miss. Got to ask, did you get any wickets this morning?
No.
No. And did your mate get any runs?
Huh?
Did your mate get any runs?
I've got 4 runs.
Together?
With everyone?
No, with your friend who you batted with.
We got 4 together. We got 8 together.
Good stuff. Again, Tonge just getting that nice tight line. Garrett being watchful. Happily to do so early doors. So, ended the 4th. Pembroke have moved on to 23 without loss. Tonge, 2 overs for 10. Amundra has 2 overs for 13. So Amundra's going to continue. He'll want to watch that short delivery on the leg side because, of course, Balbirnie has batted here so many times, not just with Pembroke, but also in the Interpros. Although he's moved to the Northwest this season for, I suppose, the dazzling lights of Breedy. Well bowled. Little push, quick call from Balbirnie. Makes it an easy one with the quick calling. Always helps when your partner trusts your calling. They'll be very similar. Great thing about when you watch these guys play is you can pick up the little hints.
Yeah.
So do you wear your current top down in Phoenix?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't.
Do you get
No, I
fined?
I don't wear this. I just combs.
I was going to say that would be a fine. Wearing another club's top. Oh, it's edged, but drops. Chance at second slip. Guard pushing at a wide one. We'll see here the ball angling across him. He followed. Bowler gets the edge. He followed it, went wide. Unfortunately for the fielder, he just couldn't quite get his hands up quick enough to get a safe wraparound. And then, as always, the way for the bowler, the batsman punishes him next ball with a run. So, Leinster will be disappointed by that. It was at a good height. It was close enough to the body. It was just seemed to be just couldn't quite get the reactions there for it. And that is the end of the fifth. So a nice, easy number. 5 overs, 25 runs, so a run rate of 5. We like simple maths here. Nothing too complicated.
Yeah.
If you want to. If you're happy enough, you just have somebody else different commentating with you. So Mr. Tonge coming in, steaming in from the nursery end. If you've had enough, just put them down and walk away. That's how we operate here. It's very casual. You don't have to ask permission, you just say, I've had enough. But if you want to come back later on, do some more. Come back later on and do some more. Well, it's been a busy start to the morning. Myself and my good better half went and had a bit of breakfast this morning. Hiya, Luke. Luke watching Daddy in the middle. Andrew Balboni, 12 from 17. And JJ Garth, 11 to his name so far. Leinster yet to make the breakthrough. They won the toss and elected to field. Nice solid shot from the Irish Test captain. Busy weekend here in Sydney Parade. Tomorrow we have the Bob Kerr, the All-Ireland Cup. Game against Estonians. Could be a tough game. And hopefully the weather will remain good today and let us get through this game. Nice drive through the fielder at point. They'll get through for the single. And in fact, the fielder hadn't taken enough of it and it reaches the boundary. 4 more to Balboni. Score moves on to 30 in the 6th over. Pembroke going along very nicely. Just the start they would have wanted for this league game. There we go. That's better. Tonge again. Father of Mark Tonge. Used to play for the Sandyford Club. Left-handed opener. Probably taught Mark all he knows. That's why he became a bowler. Good morning to you, Stephen, if you are with us today. 43 devices have tuned in for this Premier League clash. Andy Balbirnie, of course, he's finished with his Irish commitments now till the end of the summer, till the England games. 6 overs gone, 30 runs on the board. Nice steady start for Pembroke. Nothing too over the top. Who are you looking for? She went that way. There. Is she sitting? Oh no, that's not her. There we go, talking to Wild Bill by the red umbrellas. No problem. Mundra continues. One of the mainstays of the Leinster attack these days. And no Gareth Delaney in the side today after his horrific injury last week. 2 players diving for the same catch. Collided. Lets that one go through to the keeper, handily enough. Garth having already had a life. He was dropped at slip. The last over from this end. Well, it's quite quiet out there at the moment, as you can hear on the ground mics. Not too much in the way of outside influence. Bit of a breeze, but nothing like what we had last week. Just as I say that, it starts to pick up. Once again, coming from the north today, generally means it'll be quite on the chilly side. Few people have arrived down in the club for this game. Premier League clash. Well, hurrying Garth into the shot there.
Just have to put the kiss down.
Yeah. Not to the same extent as James Cresswell. James, who's down in Shangana Park today with the 611, playing DLR. Mundra looking to finish his 4th over, turn it into a maiden. Oh, this one's gone all over the place, and it's the simplest to catch. His leading edge from Garth sees him on his way. Mundra picks up his first wicket. That makes it a wicket maiden, and the score now after 7 overs, 30 for 1. Wow, that was something different. Just, you'll see from this delivery, just did enough. Garth looking to whip it round to the leg side. And he gets the leading edge. It pops up, and the simplest to catch is for mid-on. The catch is taken, and the first wicket falls with 30 on the board. Afternoon, Nikki. Nikki Bell, first of the bells to turn up today. How's Zoe after her half-century? She's still buzzing? It was a match between two very evenly matched teams, is how I would put it.
I did highlights.
I've
When I
what?
look back,
I
did
made a watch.
quality of the bowling.
I made Amanda watch them.
Both teams all around, there was lots of very high quality bowling for a twos game.
Yeah, but you also had the situation, and without wishing to put anybody down, 35 extras. Sorry, Graham, this is just bothering me at the moment. Sound of Nicky Bell's phone in the background. Oh, that's a poor piece of fielding.
It is. You'd have to be disappointed at any level with that.
4 more runs onto the total.
Coffee. And you hate that as a bowler, because all you can do is you think, well, I bowled a decent enough ball, it should have been a dot, and 4 more is going against your name. And especially after you've just taken a wicket, you want to keep that pressure on. But that's now Blake McDonald off the mark.
I think you'll
Oh, no,
find
sorry.
it's Blake
Andy
now facing.
Sorry, my bad.
Dart heading into town. Not
Oh.
too full with city centre shoppers. One of the nets occupied.
So that's a big enough boundary today, isn't it?
Yeah, I think big as
Yes.
possible.
Well, yes. Walking back up from doing my bakery delivery, I talking to Amanda, she pointed out, and it suddenly occurred to me, yes, logic.
Go on.
Well, Paul Lawson bowling from the nursery end. Big enough boundary as possible, falling into the trap. Of course, he picked up 8 against Leinster last year, so he'll be hoping for something similar.
Wasn't it
7. Sorry, my bad, 7. Yeah.
7 last year. Best bowling figures in the club. Was that
Game-changing
That one.
spell against Leinster in Rathmines last year.
that was a low-scoring thriller?
Exactly, did 10 and 11. Mark Berry and Byron McDonough put the runs on. That was the difference in the game in the end, but obviously Paul Lawson's bowling spell, he just, for some reason the Leinster batters obliged with shots in the air and a couple of picking the wrong line, and he did very
Were you
nice.
scoring that game?
I was, yes.
Yeah, that would explain your in-depth knowledge. I was
Yeah.
nowhere near the place.
No, you were here, yeah.
Another one sort of edges off the bat. Blake sort of feeling his way at the moment. Started off so well with a couple of 40s and a 50. Since then, it's been a bit quieter.
Yeah, he's found that his last couple of weeks, well, as every batter has, a little bad form.
You have the ups and downs, don't
Yeah.
you? Next time somebody's going up to the pavilion, we might get a new plastic bag for the bin. That one lasted 2 weeks before the birds finally realised what was in it. But if you use a plastic bin, it gets filled up with cricket gear.
Yeah.
Broken cricket gear
Yeah.
and stumps and bats and things. But if you use a plastic bag, it only gets rubbish.
Maybe we should double bag.
And they
Might
still
help.
get, well, they get through one bag, they get through another. What? Yeah, well, we'll dig one out from somewhere.
Yeah.
8 overs gone, 36 on the board, just that 1 wicket down, the wicket of JJ Garth, who got that leading edge that popped up to mid-on. He was going quite nicely as well at the time.
Well, he'd used his life already, though, because he had been dropped at second slip. And what you'd have to say, if you're fielding at second slip, was an easy enough catch. So he'd had his moments, and he'd run out of lives, yeah, but... Oh, that's a lovely lit shot. Again, Balberry just leans into it. Nice simple cricket. Wide of the fielder at backer point. Picks up a handy 2. So, as we were saying earlier, Leinster won the toss and bowled. What would you have done?
Well, you see, Pembroke's bowling attack isn't the strongest today. However, as they showed against Merion,
Yes.
they can chase pretty much anything. So if they decided Leinster to bat first, then
I suppose Leinster are hoping to try and get some use out of the conditions, although they won't change much during the day, I would say.
well, I think we're going to have rain.
Yeah.
There's a bank of cloud off to our left, but that's not where the wind is coming from at the moment. So let's wait and see how they go.
What Pembroke will be hoping for, of course, is if they manage to get, say, a 300 on the board. You know, no matter what the bowling attack is, that's tough to chase.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure can come into play. Leinster playing the semi-final today in the URC, of course, against Glasgow Warriors.
Wide. So we'll see those darts a bit more fuller a little later.
I'd say so. Mind you, I don't know that Sales is not a sellout,
No.
which for a semi-final
Yeah.
just goes to show you how fickle the Leinster rugby public can be. You know, there's a bandwagon, we'll leap onto it straight away.
Well, it's also
Also, I can't wait until the regional
Yes.
element is done. It'll be brilliant being back in the RDS for Leinster. Nicely played away on the offside. Rode the ball
should be just 2. It
Up
is
on
dragged in.
up on the toes,
Yeah.
pushed away on the offside. 2 more runs picked up. Balbirnie moves on to 25. The score on to 41 for 1.
Again, it's placement there.
It just goes to show you the class, really. You're not
Wrist,
trying to
yeah.
overhit
No.
anything. You just, right, I'll push this one into that gap, and this will go into that gap. We'll take 2, and we'll
Yes.
take 1. It's just common sense, really. Take the runs that you're given.
Yeah, so many games we watch where teams don't get a decent total because they're only chasing boundaries.
Especially in the lower leagues.
Yeah.
We see more of that sort of IPL, for want
Yeah.
of a better description.
So it's 4 ... or ...
Yeah.
4 ... Yeah.
1 ball remaining in the 5th over for Moondra.
Where the great overs are always built on 1s and 2s in the over, with maybe
Yeah.
a boundary thrown in.
Oh, it's amazing how many times you see it when there's a big score from an over. The half century.
Oh, that's pretty
Got
good.
devices connected to us. Watching this is the Irish Test captain and Cricket Victoria's Blake MacDonald. Trying to put together a bit of a partnership. 9 overs done now.
Yeah, 41 on the board. You would say even at this stage so far. Not a, runaway run rate or loads of wickets, but yeah, so you'd say fairly even at this stage. But setting up nicely. Table is being laid. Had the appetizers.
Cork County 13 for 2.
Oh.
And Railway 28 for 2 against the Hills.
Well, North County are flying in the park, 53 without loss in the 9th over. That's a good start. You'd have to say that's the best start of the day so far. McDonald just with the little push back to Tunge, the bowler.
Jonathan Garth fell for 11. Catch taken by M. Patel. Moondra the bowling. It was quite a simple catch at mid-on after it came off the leading edge.
Yeah, you'd want to be shot if you're putting that down.
And they came together, they came together at the start of the innings, Andy and JJ. They put on 30 for the first wicket. Oh, that's lifted nicely over the ring. That's just short and contemptuously dealt with by
Well, not much,
McDonald, he's off the mark. It's the one he was waiting
Yeah.
for. You're just in.
but you see here with the
Wide and
shots,
short, and he just lifted it up.
but I've noticed a lot with McDonald's. He, not a huge amount of footwork in a lot of his shots this year, but his wrists are so strong and so quick. He can stay still. He keeps his body still, and he can't follow the ball. And like that, he just pumped that straight into the fence.
This
And
one wide again. 2 and 2.
And I prefer that shot.
That was a much nicer shot. But there's a better delivery from Thomas as well.
Yeah, but that's a beauty. That's a beauty. He got foot to the pitch of the ball, leans in, and again placement.
Just
beautiful.
pushed through.
Classic. That's what we want. Great cricket.
3 generations of Balbirnie on the ground today.
Ooh. That's well bowled.
Thomas getting one just past the outside edge of McDonald's bat, and he acknowledged what a good ball it was. Well, those 2 boundaries have taken Pembroke to the brink of a team half-century. 49 for 1. Not the warmest of days.
No, I have a blanket and the big. No.
Well, 3 disjointed appeals.
All from the same person, I think.
The bowler had a question for the umpire, but sort of withdrew it halfway through.
Yeah, nowhere near that. But yeah, the big couch blanket as well, because could be a chilly one sitting here. But you know, there's gaps in the clouds now. It is a greyish day, but there's a bit of brightness. And more importantly, we don't see any dark clouds at the moment. So that's only good news. You would take the day being like this for the entirety of the match.
If we could get through the day,
Yeah.
then you'd be happy enough.
Oh, nicely just play down to third man. Mundra with the pickup. Just be a single. Yeah, I think all anyone wants ever would be 100 undisturbed overs of cricket. And whatever the result is, the result is.
McDarragh, Cosgrave and Noah Smith, both from the seconds, are the top run scorers in the club so far. But then Jack Tector, Tim Tector, Sunil Gupta, and then Blake McDonald, 7 innings, 227 runs. And then you start getting down to names such as Brendan Ferris, Ethan Clark, and in 10th place, Jonathan Garth. Well, he got 11 today. That's taken him to 200 runs for the season. He would have wanted more than 11, though.
Oh, absolutely. And he'll be disappointed with his name being that low. It normally isn't. But again, long season ahead.
Well,
Many more games.
we're into it now. April's gone, May's gone.
Yeah, there's a hell of a lot
Early
of cricket.
June.
We've got the big cup game tomorrow.
I'm sure it's just been non-stop the past week. We had Friday off. That's
Yes.
one thing I would say.
Well, I got Thursday off because of the rain,
Well,
and technically Wednesday as well. But I got all the way to Shelbourne Park when the match was called off, and then spent another hour in traffic going home.
yeah, well,
2-hour round trip in the car.
Nile and myself didn't leave here till 10 on Thursday. Waiting for the rain to stop so we could put the gazebo down.
Yeah, we're having a magical Irish summer again.
Ah, look, it's 4 seasons in a day.
Yeah.
Persisting with Mundra, no change yet in the Leinster bowling. Do you want a donut? Donuts are down here. He's gone for the pastry. The lattice work. I don't know if Amanda wants anything. Well, that ball brings a lot of encouragement from his teammates, but I didn't see anything particularly great about it that deserved such applause. Dot ball, I suppose.
Dot ball? You're a hard taskmaster. Every dot counts.
Depends what follows it up.
Yes.
That's much better. Better line, better length, making the batsman play at it. Another dot ball. 3 in this over so far. Yeah, whatever happened to summers? No wind and no clouds, just sunshine.
Watching Wimbledon where the grass has gone after a week and it's just all brown.
Summer of '76, where everywhere was brown.
Oh,
nice
that's a better
delivery.
line.
That's a good delivery. It's gone through the defences of McDonald. Mundra doing it again. He does this for Leinster so often. 2 down then, 52 on the board, and McDonald has the slow walk back to the pavilion. Balboni remains unbeaten on 25, and we'll see who's next to join him. But first of all,
One would suspect Hector.
here is the delivery that saw off McDonald.
Yeah, you can see it there. It just came back in just enough. McDonald had planted his foot, and then when he tried to readjust, he left the gate open. Tried to just readjust the leg, try to maybe play into the leg side where maybe just a forward defence. Yeah, well, this is an easy one for the commentators. Coming out to the crease, the hero from last week, Jack Hector, always easily distinguished with the colour of his batting helmet.
Well, as you say, he has rescued Pembroke a couple of times this season. The game in Adamstown, the cup game, Leinster Cup game, he came in and scored a magnificent century on that occasion. But even more extraordinary, and extraordinary is the word for it, was his performance against Merion. Himself and Paul Lawson needed 58 for the last wicket for victory and got it off the last delivery. It was, wow.
Yeah.
So 1 ball to face for Jack Hector from Mundra. Jack Hector, oh, he's in great form at the moment, and let's see if I can do a James Cresswell on it.
Oh, don't. Oh, that's a great ball first up.
You don't want that when you first come to the wicket, do you?
No, can I have a long hop out down leg side or
This
turn
is
off,
a
please?
super delivery. You see the movement on it. It very nearly did for Jack Hector.
Yeah,
Great
oh,
swing.
he's getting lovely movement back in, isn't he?
I think even Jack was a bit bemused by how much that did move.
Well, this is will always perplex me as an ex-bowler. I will call myself that, no one else will. He is bowling that in-swinger beautifully. Why bowl a short delivery?
Yeah, well, perhaps it's not deliberate.
Well, that's what but you know what I mean? Why?
So the batsman doesn't plonk forward as easily.
No, he's all too,
But,
all
yep.
too happy.
Yeah, there's
You
that.
have to keep things in batsman's head that they can't.
There might be something different along.
But I save it less of them.
So, first bowling change of the day. We've seen the end of Mark Tonge for a while.
This is my first time seeing Mitchell bowl. He's a tall enough lad.
Ben Mitchell. Taking over at the nursery end. Jack Hector on strike again, his second ball.
So you would say Now, in the bowling ranks today, Leinster have, of course, the spin of Thomas Johnson, Joey Carroll, same, Katsu Sunday to bowl. Yeah, I know.
You're leading yourself down cul-de-sacs
no.
galore here. Keep going.
No, that's
That's
as far
four.
as
You've got to find another one you can't pronounce.
Yeah, there's a couple of Saqib Bahadur.
Tector just steering this one behind point. It will just be a single.
I was just going for the bowlers. I know that we will likely see today.
Let's see how things pan out here.
You'd expect Tom Johnson with his left arm spin would
He'll bowl 10.
He'll get a bowl.
There'll be 10 overs from him, that's for sure. Now Bernie just feeling his...
Yeah, quad.
Not entirely happy with it, but we'll see how he goes. Well, Pembroke would love to see Andy Balboni in full flow.
I suppose we'll take anyone in full flow. You would you definitely want one of the batters to kick on today, because again, well, we did say it earlier with the bowling attack, not the first choice bowling attack, not a weak. There's good bowlers in there, but wouldn't say be the first names that would always be picked. So they would like runs on the boards
The more
to play
runs
with.
you have to play with, the better, that's for sure.
Unfortunately missing Byron McDonough. Ollie Riley in the middle of exams. Luke Murray slightly injured, but
He's away.
yeah, well, he's away anyway, but he was injured the day before he left. So he's on his recuperation trip. I'm sure he's just lying there doing nothing else.
Well, that one's just full. Punch back down the ground, mid-off. Takes it as it was hit with no force. It's the end of the over. That's 12 gone. Mitchell's first over, just going for the 2 runs. And you can see...
We really should. Do you know what we need to get?
Do you know what's interesting here is how many players are out there in short sleeves?
Yeah, I said that at
And
the
then-
start. Yeah.
And then you find some of them wearing skins underneath, and there's a couple of them wearing jumpers. It's like nobody knew what the weather was going to be like, and everyone went for different layers and a different amount of layers.
Yeah. As we'd Ashley Balburney just passed us on one of his many laps. I was just thinking, do you know what we need to get? You know, on the kids scoreboard.
Hmm?
You know the flip scoreboards.
Yeah.
If we get one of those, and every time he goes by, just turn over the number for the lap. Have a little lap count.
Yeah, well,
There'll be many, and then that's the one you predict for the end of the day. Oh, wonder just that holds up.
still 2 slips in place for Moondra.
Let you
Yeah.
decide from there.
Well, again, he is getting good movements. He's got the 2 wickets, the 2 breakthroughs. Why wouldn't you back him? Big shouts.
No from the umpire. Shake of the head very early on from the umpire.
Yeah.
Tector survives another delivery.
But there's always that little gulp as a batter, because you never know what the umpire's going to do. Oh yeah, it's bad on ground. Good umpiring. I'm only saying that because you'll look back on the game.
Umpires use this service as much as anybody else.
Yeah. But as I keep telling all the umpires, I'm retired now. You can't get me back.
Graham's pronunciation, enjoyed by certainly one of our viewers anyway.
Yeah, I'll go into my it's not half hot mum routine soon enough, Kieran. Although,
Simon's airing the bathroom again today. I thought I saw his little face poking out. I seriously think that Karen's done him in and just pushes his face up against the window.
it's a rear window situation, yeah. That's good.
Lets that one go through, and why wouldn't you?
Well, the one thing Pembroke learned last week, and any batting side should realise, is you can do a lot of damage in the last 5, so you want to be there. You know,
We saw big scores added at the end of games last week.
a couple of the twos victories this year have been based on the runs made in the last 5 overs of the innings. You know,
Mundra still getting that movement back into the right-hander. Tector playing it with caution. 13 gone then, 54 on the board, 2 wickets down, a maiden there for Mundra. He's 2 for 22. Where's
22.
James when you need him?
2 for 22.
So,
Again, yeah. But again, Pembroke won't be, well, they'll be happy enough that he's bowled 7, because he is getting that movement.
yeah, he's only 3 left.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and if will they continue with him now? Do you keep 3?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a tricky one for the captain, and it
yeah.
depends on what other resources he has.
Yeah.
Who were the other bowlers again?
Thomas Johnson.
All right.
He's the only one I know.
Well, we've seen 4 now, so you only need 1 more. Mitchell goes a bit wide on this one. Afternoon, Barry.
And even when he comes on, I'll just shorten it to what the boys in Leinster call him, TJ. So I should be fine enough with that.
So yes, 13 overs gone into the 14th. Mitchell has started with the wide. Coming round the wicket, left hand to the right-handers. Only 1 slip in place. But again, that's part of the angle that he's bowling
Yeah.
at. Here she is. Half century.
Yeah.
Come on, you were delighted. Yeah,
I thought it was only, you know.
As I said, the run that brought her her 50th was more reminiscent of her mum's running. Seemed to be keen to get down the other end.
Shots.
Nicely cut away. Nobody's going to stop that before it crashes into the fence and returns to the pitch. And Balbirnie picks up another 4. He'd been sort of becalmed while those wickets were
Yeah.
falling. Zoe? If you're going up the top, would you ask Sean if I could have a black bag, please?
Well, it's again, you see in the replay there, Mitchell got a bit of seam movement at the end, and the ball started leaving Balbirnie, but he got across so well. Again, he was just able to get bat on ball and place it.
Back live now. Mitchell coming in from that nursery end. Yeah, he's running his fingers over the seam, and he's trying to get it away from the right-hander.
And it is moving. It's just...
Oh yeah, it's not moving much.
No, but you don't want it to move much, but it's more the line. It was so wide there. It did offer Balbirnie the chance just to lean into it. But again, I'd say Balbirnie is you know, watchful of the fact that he is moving it somewhat.
Nice solid defensive shot from Balbirnie. You've already got 5 runs from the over. No need to risk anything at the moment.
Very much so. As I always say, don't worry till 40.
Many thanks to those of you who have tuned in this morning or this afternoon to watch this Premier League game. To hope that you have liked and will subscribe to the channel. 1,330 subscribers now.
Hey.
That one a bit more airish
Should
and
only
without
be-
the same pace, so it's cut off. And it's
the
just a single. So yeah, plenty of subscribers now. More the merrier. Everyone welcome, and we do so enjoy it. I saw last week, or in the last 28 days, I think it was, viewer in Switzerland.
Yay.
Not really a hotbed of cricket, but
Well, maybe ice cricket.
somebody there tuned in.
Now there's play a game of cricket in an ice rink on skates.
If you are watching now and you are watching on YouTube and you do have access to the live chat, and all subscribers do, let us know who you are and where you are. It's always heartening for us sitting down here in this cold gazebo to know that there's somebody on a beach in Spain somewhere watching a game. Mind you, we'll probably get a text from somebody down in Shangana Park saying that you won't believe how cold it is down here.
The trees are there today? Oh, the sixes
are there today.
Yeah, in the reverse of last week's game.
Yeah, Pembroke with not quite the same strength of team.
Well, that is the life of the sixes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how they go today. Also, there'll be no stream
No.
of the game.
Yes. Yeah.
I believe the stream does make a difference.
Oh,
for
absolutely.
teams.
No, it bloody does.
The fact that people are being recorded.
Yes. Well, I had it here a couple of years ago when there was some naughty behaviour, and when they saw the camera, they changed their
Tune.
very quickly.
Well, it's a useful training tool for players as well, and umpires. Just an inside edge saving in there.
So Moondra has come off, and it's Azar from the St John's Road end. More left arm. There are a lot of left-handers in Leinster. We've only had the right-hand ton so far. Everyone else has been lefty, and another left-arm spinner to come.
Sure. We'll deal with whatever's in front of us, I think the Pembroke batsman would say.
Yep.
Bilal
Oh.
overstretching.
Yep.
And now it's a free hit!
Yay!
Let's see how Andy goes about this.
I always laugh at that. You see the bowler goes back and he does that big, rake across the crease, as if that had anything to do with where he landed his foot.
Simon has just been in touch to let
I'm
us know
alive.
that Karen. I think Karen's using Simon's phone.
Yeah. we want evidence of life. We need to see the body.
Stephen Willis is in Spain watching, and he is very close to a beach.
Oh, there's a wide, so it'll be another free hit. The bowler looks pleadingly at the umpire, who gives him a shake of the head to say, "No chance, son."
Stephen's in
wides.
Spain.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's on the same flight as Elaine on Tuesday.
So people letting us know where they are, and who they are. Steve and Ed out enjoying the sun. Where have they gone? Malaga, is it?
Nurka.
Oh! That's going to be another no ball.
Yeah, and
And
a
the bowler
warning.
immediately going straight down to apologise
Yeah.
to the batsman. Certainly wasn't deliberate. It just slipped out of his hand. He was obviously trying something.
Yeah.
He's trying to off-speed it because it's a free hit.
It should be a warning.
Double free hit.
Yeah, you should, shouldn't you? Yes, you should have 2 free hits now instead of 1,
Bilal Azhar.
because it kind of gets
Just to put it on the ring.
it kind of negates the fact that Balbirnie may be asking, did he get the warning?
I don't think Balbirnie's asking anything. I think he's being told.
Well, yeah, he may have asked.
There is another one.
Oh, Kerry. Hello.
Ross Garvey down in Kerry.
I'd say the weather's similar.
Oh, there we go.
There we
That's
go.
what he wanted the first time, and it's
4.
just inside. 4 runs from finally a free hit he can hit, and he does, and it disappears down into Judge Martin's Gardens.
Oh,
That's another landmarker on the ground now.
is that where he's looking?
No, John Martin looks after that flower bed.
Ah, okay. I get
Here
you.
it is, and you can just see, finally gets to release the arms down on one knee, pulled out into cow corner. So yeah, John looks after the flower bed down there.
Every
And
little.
so that's
every
Judge
little
John
house.
Martin's corner. Then you've got the car park. Then you've
Yes.
got Cyril's Way.
Right, and then Michael Sharp corner.
Balbirnie a bit
better.
more circumspect to one that isn't a free hit.
I like Niall's thinking though. We should get on to the MCC about this. If you bowl a no ball, when you've already bowled a no ball and it's the free hit, you should get 2 free hits.
No.
Yes. Need to liven it up.
You might as well just say batsmen can't get out, and we'll see how many runs they get.
But you know, you've bowled the no ball in your no ball. Nice gentle push.
A viewer in Birmingham as well today.
Do we? Birmingham.
Maceo Parker. Maceo Parker. I'm just wondering if you perhaps have been spreading the word in Birmingham Airport last night. Watch this tomorrow.
She was walking around with those sandwich shop signs on her.
Sandwich board.
Sandwich board, yeah.
Sandwich shop on her.
Walking around Birmingham Airport, love it.
Well, this has been some strange over.
It's a long over. We should have had the stopwatch on it.
Still one to come. Balbirnie taking a smart single.
So we've had eight runs so far.
So Birmingham, Kerry, Spain.
Where's Sharpie? Back in Oz?
Sure, you wouldn't know which part of the globe he's in at the moment.
Where there's no extradition.
I'm sure. I'm pretty certain Kieran would be with us today.
End of the over. 8 from it. Pembroke move on to 68 for 2 of 15 overs. So that's where you just need to stick around. You're always going to get a bad one. There's always going to be a big over in there if you just hang around.
And that's what it's about now at the moment. The run rate's fine, 4.5. You're happy with that. At 50 overs, that would be what? 225?
No. Yeah, just about. Yeah. Exactly. 4.5, sorry. And then you could push on for the extras.
But again, it's all about going into those last 10, 15 overs. If you go in with 8 wickets in hand, you can start kicking on that bit earlier.
Well, obviously, you know, wickets slow down run rates as Pembroke found against Marion last week with that great spell in the last 10 overs from Hoey and Harry Tector.
Mitchell just getting one to move away from the edge of Balbirnie's bat.
Marion, of course, were 273 with 7 wickets remaining going into the last 10, so they were looking at, you know, you'd be thinking 360 plus, and they were 309 all out.
Yeah, the spinners doing the damage on that occasion.
Unfortunately, neither are playing today because both called up to the T20 squads.
And we wish them all the very best of that.
Absolutely. We'll go with our conspiracy theory, though.
Well, it does make it tough for the All-Ireland.
Yeah, and the chairman of selectors is from which club?
I do. Well, I still would say that the two that have been called up deserve it.
No, absolutely.
Now, whether they make it into the team or not, that's the thing.
No,
if they spend
just sitting on their
the week sitting, carrying drinks.
Yeah. Well, this.
He's got it. Good ball. And Mitchell has seen off the Irish Test captain. Balbirnie departs for 36, and Pembroke now 68 for 3.
He got one just on the angle. Coming back.
This was one that didn't come back and miss the outside edge. I think this one just kept coming in at that angle.
Yeah, and through the gap,
3 down then for Pembroke. 3 down, 68 on the board. Tector just on that single from 11 deliveries. And this is the demise of Andrew Balbirnie.
Just a little inside edge.
Just didn't come across on it enough.
Yeah.
And that was the end of Andrew Balbirnie, and he's gone for 36 and 3 down, 68 on the board, and we're in the 16th over. So all that talk of having wickets in hand makes it tough, and it would be interesting to see how Pembroke go from here.
Well, again, steady. As we were just saying, it's 4.5 an over. There's no major, rush at the moment. Lots of time for these batsmen to get themselves set. Like Dara, of course, on so far a very good season with the bats.
Leading run scorer in the club, getting his opportunity, as you say, with players being called away. He's come up, and well, each time he's been on the first, he hasn't let anybody down.
No, and of course he offers a very handy little bit of spin today as well. Of course, last year when he did bowl for the first team in Clontarf, he came up with a brilliant few wickets in that tied game.
Still plenty of movement there for Mitchell. He's getting that ball to pitch and move away, and that's what did for Balbirnie in the end.
Oh, hello Portugal. Theo. Hello Portugal. Oh, get the wine in, Theo. There's nowhere better.
Well, just the one question for Theo. He's in Portugal. Sunny, but albeit a bit breezy probably. Portugal, always breezy in Portugal. Would he rather be there with the sun and the family, or would he rather be here on a cold, overcast day in Sydney Parade with his side 68 for 3 and looking to him to get them out of the trouble again? That's the way it used to be. That used to be Theo's life before retirement.
Well, one thing's for sure, you better not put it in a chat where it can be used in evidence against him in the divorce courts.
Well, there's another wicket maiden for Leinster. And we do thank all of you for tuning in. 60 devices currently tuned in.
With at least 10 people watching each device.
Well, that would be nice.
Yeah, it'd be nice. That's what we think. That's
Now,
what we
don't forget, half the viewers are on mobile phones, so I can't see 10 people around a mobile phone.
They're casting to a TV. Better from
your highlights
Bizarre.
package of Thursday's game now was perfect, because Amanda came home last night about 11:30 at night, and I said, you have to see this game. Here's Niall's highlights, and we went through that. Well, by the end of it, she was fit to explode.
You should, well.
She says, why didn't they bring the field in for the last ball? I said, you and Niall would have made a pair on the sidelines going like this.
Well, luckily you didn't have a camera on me in the score box.
Look, Pembroke got away with that one.
Yeah.
Just as Hector gets away with that one, showing the bat to a ball outside is off. It flew past.
Yeah, it's one of those games. Both sides, you know, had it, threw it away, had it. You know, it's the up and down of. You know, the bizarre thing about that night, though, the other game that was played was also a one-run victory.
Yep. Well, she's a funny old game, cricket. Good afternoon to Bill Whaley. He's currently out in Balbriggan.
What did he do to deserve that?
I don't know if he's out there for all the pipe work or whether one of the teams is playing out there. I think the threes might be out there.
I thought they were in Lucan. I think the threes were in Lucan.
No, I think the fours are the ones who play Lucan.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, it'll be up on the board.
Yeah.
Have a look up there. At some stage. Or we could just say, Bill, what are you doing in Balbriggan? Are you shopping for Wavin pipes? Hector tucks one away. Yep, that's a while ago.
It's only shown up at 7 minutes on mine. So these are the kind of
now. Before we go any further, we've just had a message in asking for the coffee order. Hinkley's on his way down. You're okay at the moment now? Yep. Well, coffee with milk.
No.
have to go up to the bar to get some milk.
I brought you something.
Oh right. Oh, bottle of Bailey's. No, I think the answer is that everyone here under the gazebo is okay for coffee at the moment.
I'm still drinking my 20 ounces.
Just wait for the end to be over to finish making mine.
So this is
You can make me one with 3 sugars. Seems you're going in there.
Oh, sugars now might be. We'll have to see
No, I think there's some sugar in there. We can shake it. Put a lid on it. Put a lid on it, and we'll shake it. I have a lid here.
Azar doing well here now. 5 dots in a row, and there he finishes with the maiden. So a big change from his first over. But one would suspect he can tank. Oh, appeal for obstruction maybe. one would argue that was probably his main at the other end, getting the wicket that helped make the batsman a bit more watchful, maybe in that over. But that's why you need to bowl in pairs when you're out there. Back each other up as bowlers.
Well, Mitchell, unsurprisingly, is going to continue from the nursery end. This will be his 4th. We've yet to see who will be the 5th bowler.
Well, Bill has gotten back. It's lashing rain in Balbriggan, so hopefully the weather stays north of the river.
Oh, we'll wait and see. Could be a day.
So this is why you can argue, honey, I can't do the gardening today. It's lashing in sorts. I might as well be here.
McDara showing the full face of the bat to the bowler, not to the ball. Another dot ball. Yeah, I was saying after Thursday's thriller, it's amazing how many exciting games of cricket we've come across so far this year.
Some great ones.
It really has been. And I was saying, in most cases, Pembroke have come out on top. There's only been 1 or 2 where, that's nicely chopped away by McDara. Mundra does the fielding right in front of us.
Yeah, we've lost the boring ones. Like the game here last week.
When we're going to lose big. But when we win, we just win.
Which is much better. Just all this winning with 10 overs to go is boring. You want a last ball victory.
Wouldn't mind it.
There's nothing better. There's nothing better than a one last ball victory where you're 10 and 11 saved a day, or somebody like the 2 ties that Pembroke had last year were amazing finishes.
Lovely shot from Tector, finds the gap, diving fielder can't stop it, and it runs up in front of the bar windows, giving a fine view to anybody through there. One of those windows, I think, could do with being hit by a 6 or something. It's got a bit misty as the seals have perished and a bit of moisture has got in between the panes, and it makes it very difficult to see through that window now.
Well, I've no sympathy for them. Get outside. I'm sitting here. Get outside.
I know, sometimes those seats just in front of those windows. In fact, something I'd like to do is sort of put one RSJ in across the 3 windows and just make it into one window.
Yes.
That would be nice. However, if my Euro Millions ticket came in, then the whole thing is coming down.
Yeah, mine didn't come in. I do look over to the left, and I do think a lot. Do you remember the old YM pavilion? The long, thin one.
I remember the long, thin trough.
Yes.
That was the gents' toilets.
Well, no, but the old YM, you could fit a very nice long pavilion over there.
No, if I win the Euro Millions.
All those houses go. And they don't get a choice.
Tector again, looking to drive. Mitchell getting it again past the edge of the bat. It's a good battle here. Mitchell doing really well.
Yeah, he's found his line of length here.
Found his mojo.
Yeah. Well, anyone needs warming to get warmed up, especially a bowler on a day like today. So, his first over might have been a bit, a bit wayward, but these last...
Ease yourself into it, isn't it?
Yeah. But he is asking questions.
That's a good, solid defensive shot from Tector.
He needs to get himself a hair clip, though.
Certainly favouring the longer hair. Mitchell, 4 overs, 13 runs conceded, and that 1 wicket, the wicket of Andrew Balburney. Azar now from the St John's end. Just 7 overs to go till drinks.
Yeah, we're still in a case where neither team is, over the moon, but both teams will be fairly happy, so far.
It's great to hear from Ed Sports. Ed's just been on. His customers are enjoying the coverage.
Well, don't forget Ed Sports for all your Father's Day needs.
And Kieran Sharp is in Sydney. Gordon Clark is in the heady heights of Lucan today.
So it is the Fours.
It's the Fours.
It is the Fours. Well, you're suggesting Gordon is not playing for the Trees?
Well, I'm sure Gordon will keep us updated with what's happening in Lucan.
course, they don't have any cover there, so not a fun day if it's raining.
Yeah,
And it's it's a bit from the car park to the pitch.
it's almost one of those places where you want to take one of those pop-up tents that people take to EP and then abandon
Yeah.
afterwards.
Oh, that's short, but he doesn't get to punish it. He picked the length, but it didn't quite come onto the bat for McDara. Oh my word. Amanda's driving. Oh, just to warm you up. Is that instead of oat milk?
This is instead of any milk.
Okay, this is your new way of taking coffee.
No, thank you so very much.
Do you take is how you take your coffee in work?
That's what the cable took.
So is there now? That's 8 dots in a row from him. So after his troubles in his first over, he's finding his line and his lengths. Sorry, 9 dots.
There we go. Now a cup with a lid.
Yes. You can smell that. Damn it, I'm driving.
I just live over there.
Yeah, I know. That's
And
what.
Amanda's the one with the car.
Exactly, you're lucky. I have to keep my.
Oh, it's good movement again from Azar.
I have to keep my coffees virgin.
So many lines could follow that, Graham.
I know. I love.
It is the
setting you up,
trees in Lucan, and Gordon is out there
supporting Ethan.
spectating because Ethan is playing.
Okay, that makes sense. Although I was bigging you up there, Gordy.
So,
I didn't assume you weren't selected.
so when Gordon has some news, he might drop us a line.
Bill said a flash of rain out there.
Steve, you're absolutely right.
Yes.
Heatley is on his way and will
Yeah.
be joining us here,
Yeah.
lashing in Balbriggan.
Although it's a little upsetting, Steve. You're asking for replacements already.
No, I think it's more supplements than enables us to take a break.
Yes. I know there's nothing better than having a rotation. Get a lap in. Yeah, no, the weather coming from Balbriggan, we're just hoping and keeping our fingers crossed it'll stay north of the Liffey, because we want to keep this action going. Both sides doing well here.
It is sort of cloudy all over, and different layers of cloud today.
That's well bowled again. So that's a double maiden for Zar. Back-to-back maidens. He's starting to try and build pressure here.
Well, he is building pressure, isn't he? I mean, conceded 8 from his first,
Yeah.
including a wide.
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought that the control in the last 2 overs. You wouldn't have expected that was coming after that first over.
Afternoon, John. John Tucker heading off on a lap.
It's funny how people just seem to lap whichever way. When I was in the hills,
You always lap the same way.
yeah.
Heatley tractor. Steve, you're quite all right. I think we knew who you meant.
Yeah.
Wasn't a problem. Nice bit of fielding behind point by Joey Carroll. It's the sort of fielding you'd expect from him. He's been a mainstay of this
Yeah.
Leinster side for more years than I care to remember.
Well, he had a couple in Phoenix, but then, of course, came back to them. I think he also played for North County for a season, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong. Often am.
Well,
But yeah, he spent most of his career with Leinster.
synonymous with Leinster.
Yes.
It's funny how there are players who attend or contribute to multiple clubs over the years, but most people only associate somebody with one club. Now, obviously, with you, Graham, they associate you with 3 on the basis of your commentary work. But most people would be thought of as, oh, he played for the Hills, but he also played for Balbriggan, North County, and Man of War.
Well, I'm sitting beside the very man here to show that you have played for more than one club, but nobody in Cricket Leinster would associate you with anyone but Pembroke.
Yep. 3 years spent with Sandyford CC, with one Simon Heaney, and one Stephen Tonge,
Yeah.
Cliff Kennedy,
good player.
Derek
Oh,
McCormack,
Loved
Roddy van der Lee.
oh,
it was
hated facing him.
it was a lovely side.
Cliff Kennedy, absolute chance. Coached me when I was at CUS.
Explains a
So
lot.
I was going to say don't blame. Earlier on today, when we had Brian's daughter on commentary, I was telling her how he once tried to coach me in the art of the slower delivery. I said, don't blame it. It's not the teacher's fault.
Ben Mitchell coming in from the nursery end. He really has caused some problems
Yeah.
today.
But this has been a good 5-over spell for Leinster.
Well, since the change bowlers
Yeah.
came on, they've actually, normally you expect there to be a freeing up of arms and, the change bowlers are on, I can take this on.
But the couple
That's
of
not the
wickets
case.
made the
Yep,
difference.
that's not the case. They took the wickets at the right
Yeah.
time, which is just when they wanted to change
Yeah,
over
and
to the
two
change
fresh
bowlers.
batsmen. So they've brought their run rate from a steady 4.5 now to under 4, showing how well they're doing.
Tector carving this one down to third quite deliberately. Mundra does the fielding. Batsman exchange ends. Score moves on to 75 for 3 as we come to the end of the 20th over.
Do you know what? Speaking of Sandyford, what was the name? What was the name of the pub opposite the gates to the Marley Golf Club, just down the road from there, where you always were brought after a game?
Well, it was either Taylor's or Lamb Doyle's.
No,
If you
yeah.
came out of Sandyford and went left, it was
Yeah.
up to Lamb Doyle's. You get the great view over the city and no atmosphere.
Yeah, it was Lamb
Or
Doyle's.
if you went down to Taylor's,
Yeah.
you'd have the atmosphere and no view.
Sorry, no. Taylor's, because it's the one near Taylor's Lane, yeah. Because I was only there a couple of weeks ago.
I don't remember any
Using
of the
the car
Joyces in Sandyford. 20 overs gone, a sort of landmark for Pembroke. The two batsmen having a chat in the middle. They've been there for a couple of overs now. Runs aren't really flowing for these two. And in fact, let's see if we can't just have a quick look at the batting team. Batting card. And you see there the batsmen getting in and getting themselves out. And now we're left with Tector and Cosgrave. 10 extras in 20 overs. Well, Pembroke will accept every single one of those, I think.
Absolutely.
Azar back again.
There may have been a Joyce in Sandyford. I'm trying to think.
Not during
Would-
my time.
No, not during your time. But not one of, well, I'm going to be. There's definitely Joyces in North Wicklow.
Which is a bit away from Sandyford.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if they played. But there's a few players out there Sandyford had over the years that moved on to senior level.
McDarragh just dropping a bat on it, and Jack Tector calling him through for the single. Quite a sensible single. 5 overs, or four and a bit overs to drinks now.
Ex-Sandyford player went on to Captain Marion Firsts. And the name just escapes me at the moment.
Well, when you've lined up all your ducks in a row. Good to see Freddie Bannigan here. He's brought his dad down. Freddie obviously made the phone call just to check the bar was open first.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Brian's
Is it
down
not
actually, because I thought he would have been going to the URC semi-final.
This is obviously a starting point.
It could be, but he's got Freddie with him at the moment.
Well, he can drop him on the way back.
Well, there is that as well.
I would
And
assume.
I haven't seen Graham Toomey yet, which
Yeah.
would normally be the other one, the Millionaires
Corner.
heading off to
Yes.
Aviva.
Does Banners not have one of those? You know how those restaurants give you those buzzer things when your table is ready? We need to get one of those for him. So the bar's open, it buzzes.
Tector
little
coming
bit wider.
forward on that one, pushing it through the offside. He had to reach for it a
Yeah.
bit. There was a chance of that flying in the air, but there was no fielder where it was hit, so safely done. 2 more runs onto the score, 2 more runs for Jack.
Yeah, that's the widest Azar has left the ball in the last few overs. He has been bowling a much tighter line, hence the 2 maidens. This is where bowlers need to sometimes, relax. Sometimes they chase wickets. Where, again, this is one-day cricket.
Sometimes in the lower leagues, the best thing you
Yeah.
can have is some young speedster.
Yeah.
Comes into bowl, drops
Yeah.
one in short, and it goes over your head, and he goes, ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, bouncy, bouncy.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he bowls short for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Or he gets a wicket with a short one, that a
thinks
batsman
that's-
plays an awful shot to, but it doesn't matter. It was the short ball that got me the wicket, so let's see loads more of those.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen that happen before on many occasions.
But there's too many bowlers out there who aren't happy. Like, give me 10 maidens with no wickets.
Look at that. More foot room for you.
Oh, he's a
Stretch
star.
out now.
But he moved the donuts away further.
Well,
Oh, that's short, but it's wide of points. Oh, Leinster were interested for a second.
I think Jack was interested for a second and sort of, oh,
Yes.
but he managed to clear the fielder just behind points, and it was short of the fielder at third man. So safely takes his single. Score moves on to 80. Niall, thank you very much.
That didn't take long, did it?
No. Well, you see, unless you're going to sit there with a saucepan of Baileys, heating it up, it does take a lot of the temperature out of the coffee.
Yes. Yeah, better line, bit tighter line. As players are, just needs to keep probing that line with a little bit of movement back in to trouble the batter, but he shouldn't be given this width.
Steve, it wasn't you're also correct coming against you again. It wasn't Aidan Burke, it was Anto Burke.
Anto, yes.
Anto was there for years and years,
Yeah.
and even when the club sort of changed hands, shall we say, and
He stayed.
he stayed, and he did a lot of the admin for the club, teaching them. And now that club is in a strong place, and I think a lot of it's down to the work that Anto did. He certainly took over 1,000 wickets in Leinster cricket.
Played against Anto one of his last few seasons there in the early 2010s when he was literally he was still bowling that lovely line of length, but he couldn't run anymore, so his batting was just at 11, and yeah, not that he was ever a fabulous batsman, but he still had that off a couple of paces, and he could still find that line in length.
So accurate
Yeah.
Anto was for years, just
Yeah.
dropping it on the same spot,
Yeah.
and you hit him for a 6, he'd just go, well, do that again.
Yeah,
And if you did it again, he'd say,
fair play.
have a go.
Yeah, and also an absolute gent to play against.
Oh, an absolute gent, full stop. I kind of had thought at one stage that he might have moved down to
Yeah.
Pembroke.
Yeah, and join a few people. Oh,
Drinks.
well, I'll go after this over.
No, drink. Don't
Okay.
stay until drinks.
Yeah.
There's no point. Give the man a second to settle into his day.
Acclimatised.
Get to see who's out there.
But that was one of the joys when you could play against people who you didn't mind losing to. Oh, just wide of the fielder. That's going to get to the boundary.
Tector picks up another boundary.
Now mind, Benno, now mind, lad.
That's all right.
Come aboard.
Again, the fielding side interested for just a moment.
Mitchell's done really well coming on. There's a change bowler, but on this occasion, just a little bit too full, and Tector onto it.
He used his feet well there.
Well, he is a fine player, Jack Tector, and he's proved that over this season, and in fact last season as well.
Oh,
He is. I think he's underrated.
Well, to be fair, like being the fourth best cricketer in your family, it's tough to get above those expectations. That's a little right. Umpire's happy.
No, it's inside the blue
Yeah,
line.
yeah.
It's ground there. Jack Tector's doing the right thing though. If he's gone for that, you're off balance. You're not right. It's just one to let go through. There's going to be plenty more.
Well, it's good bowling because he's bringing that ball in. I think Tector is, more leg side on his stumps, and then because that one, as you said, right at the blue line, but inside it safely through to Cassidy behind the stumps.
That one attacking the off stump. Tector playing it nicely out to mid on. Dot ball.
We were talking about laps earlier. It's funny, when I was up in the hills a few weeks ago, I found out their little secret. They actually have a way of walking their laps. They're superstitious. So from the clubhouse, that is up, but short of points. If you walk the laps to the left, that's for runs.
And the
But
other
if you
way for
went-
wickets.
And the other way for wickets.
I do. When I do laps here at Sydney Parade, and I don't do many laps at many grounds, although my Sandyford colleagues would tell you I did a lap before every game, jogging.
I'd want evidence.
No, I used to warm up properly.
Yeah. I know.
That's when I was at the age whereby it was like, no, you need to warm up here now. So I used to do that. But my laps, especially here at Sydney Parade, depends on which way the wind's going.
Yes.
When you're coming down the railway side is the long side. You get more shelter coming down Cyril's Way. So you don't mind going into the wind up Cyril's Way, but you don't want to be going up the wind down the railway side. You want the wind at your back, whichever way you're going.
Yeah.
So that's how I judge these things. Most people seem to go anti-clockwise.
Yeah.
McDara just drops one in on the offside.
Good batting.
And, well, I won't even call that an attempted run out. It was more returning the ball to the bowler.
Was it direct hit?
Could have gone anywhere. Niall suggesting that such a throw, if it had clipped a stump, could have gone anywhere after that. And quite rightly. It didn't hit the stumps though, so it didn't go anywhere. So it was just a single. Zaha. Well, you have to think that these two batsmen now are starting to think about the drinks interval. And at drinks, we'll bring Heatley in, and I'll leave him with you.
Oh, I was going to step out since I did the first bit.
No, you carry on.
Okay.
And then after 5 overs, I'll come in, and then we'll do it every 5. There'll be a change.
Yeah. Okay.
I think just to take us through to the end, the 3 of us here.
Of course, we'll have no James busy in the LR.
Heatley, very white shoelaces.
Oh, soft hands.
Oh, thank goodness they were.
Yes.
It dropped well in front of slip. The bowler, well, he got excited that he'd found an edge.
I always love this. This is when they look to the wicketkeeper. Why weren't you standing up for that one delivery, maybe? Oh, that comes back. Half an appeal. Even the bowler only just half and realised quickly that it wasn't going to be given.
Well, plenty of showers making their way across the island. But they're all sort of small showers. The big stuff went across this morning in the early hours.
Well, that's good. May it rain softly on your fields.
It's certainly a lot clearer now
Yeah,
than had been expected.
it is bright.
Nicely driven away on the
that's
offside,
brilliant
over
shots.
pitched by the bowler and immediately punished by Tector. It goes out to a very far corner of the ground, and they will get through for 3, just jogging.
It really is big boundaries here today on the railway sides. They're probably the biggest we've had in quite some time.
Yeah, we're just into cloudy and showers. You can see the showers that Balbriggan were talking about. They're crossing the Irish Sea, beginning at Balbriggan and heading off, so hopefully they won't interfere with us too much.
Well, we're lucky here today because Dale is on the ground, so if there are any interruptions or anything, we do have his great skills here to help us. Because I always do find it funny when players try to cover pitches and everything when the groundsman isn't around.
2 overs, and this delivery will see us through to drinks. I'm sure Sean has those ready now. This one flows down the leg
wide,
side.
Yeah.
When you see the signal of wide, you kind of know it's going to be not out as well.
Yes. Well, he should be saying not out as well.
And he probably did.
Yeah.
Bilal.
Nowhere near the bats. Big swing, no. He got very excited there till he turned around and saw what the umpire was doing.
Nobody too excited about that one, I feel.
Instead of seeing 1 finger, he saw 10. That's his line. That's where he's troubling the batsman today.
Well, there you go. 23 done. 89 for 3 is the score. And here is how it has progressed for Pembroke thus far. Oh, at least I thought it was. This must be the wrong game.
Somebody's TV screen somewhere has something popping up.
Let's try that one. Too late to show you anything now.
Well, we're going to have the fifth bowler, Joey Carroll, come on from the nursery ends.
Okay, I do have at least the correct
Game. I'll do it at the end, this one.
scorebar returns. Joey Carroll introduced the attack. This will be his 1 over before drinks.
Come on, JC!
Yeah.
Come on, boy!
You will, usually it's around this point teams try to introduce maybe a spinner just before drinks. We're wondering if maybe
Well,
we'll
with
get
Gareth Delaney missing, where else is the spin to come from? You said
Johnson,
TJ.
Yeah, his left arm spin at that end, at the nursery end, would have expected with the big boundary on the leg side. You would suspect that's the end. If you're him, you want to bowl from.
Well, as you said earlier, Paul Lawson is probably
Going to bowl from that end.
probably
yeah.
bowl from that end.
Maybe all the spinners will do. Give them the leg side because you've got McDara's right arm around. He prefers coming around the wicket when he bowls. So his right arm around spin will benefit from that boundary. And Johnson during the week for Leinster 2's bowled from the nursery ends.
Inside edge from Tector onto his pads. Again, he's being very patient and building an innings. There's absolutely no rush. We're only coming up to drinks now. You know, yes, you'd like to be 100 or 100 plus.
Yeah.
You know, after 25 overs.
Yeah.
4, 5 and over. But
with 3 wickets down, it's more important that
just do not lose a wicket now just before drinks.
or before
89 for 3 is okay.
Yeah.
89 for 4 is kind of, ooh.
Yes.
Tector plays this one back down the ground.
Yeah, I'd rather be 120 for 3 off 35 than 140 for 6 or 7.
Absolutely, long way to go. Drinks only mark halfway. I wonder if drinks are ready in the bar.
I would like to think somebody from the batting side could get up. And
There they are. They've
Yeah.
just come out of the bar now. Seems to be an overload of blackcurrant today. Can't stand the blackcurrant myself.
Never
Always has
liked
to be
it,
the
yeah,
orange.
yeah. Unless that's all they have, but yeah, more of an orange man. It's all black currants.
Now that could
Oh,
be.
no,
Oh, there is some
hey,
orange.
hey.
Some orange hidden at the back.
Yes. And again, I always love my Laker story, or my not Laker, Larwood story about the drinks, where he hid his alcoholic drink in the middle of the other drinks.
Sure, I've had a season closing game here for the Fifths back in 1990. When we were in the dressing room before the game, I asked what everybody wanted at drinks, and they all
Pints.
went, "What? Yeah, what do you want?" Oh, in that case, so about 8 pints, a couple of shorts.
But they realised it was a free bar, then they changed their order.
It was, so actual drinks came out. And
Yeah.
we started off with 9 slips
Brilliant.
and 1 bottle of champagne being passed along the slips.
And the batters never had a better game in their
no,
life.
Back in the days when you played for fun.
Yes. That's a little push. Good calling. Safely home. Strong
Wow.
calling.
It was only good calling because they both went
Yes.
at the same time. They went immediately. They take the single. Jack Tector will retain the strike. Good over from Carroll. Just that 1 run away from a maiden to start with. 24 gone, 90 on the board. And as we said, those 3 wickets down. And the 3 people out so far are Balbirnie, Garth and McDonald.
Yes. But not necessarily in that order.
Yep.
It was Garth, but McDonald, Balbirnie. So it is going to be a change of bowling. this is one of the names I had trouble with earlier. So, yeah, some of the audience would be loving the App Sunday coming on to bowl.
Well, I'm more than happy with that as a pronunciation. I don't know how happy he is with your pronunciation.
I'm gonna go with what he may be called in Leinster, and Katsu. I'm just gonna say Katsu. He did bowl
App
here.
Sunday was fine.
It's
as far as
easier
I'm
just
concerned.
saying. Katsu's a lot easier.
And he's getting the last over before drinks.
So this will be bowler number 6.
And you still think TJ to come, which will be bowler number 7.
It's an option.
You know, and again, all this makes it slightly easier for Leinster in the closing overs.
Yeah.
Especially as Moondra now only has, what, 3 left?
3 left, yeah. Again, strong calling, quick calling. Trusting your partner gets you the run. Well, leg by.
Tector asked the question, and McDara answered, yeah, okay, why not?
Yeah.
And they got through for the single. I hope some of our regular viewers are with us today. Mary Sharp, one who often tunes in. That's just nicely played out.
So,
and again, I think this is more about seeing it through to drinks than looking to score big at this stage.
well, watchful again. Cosgrave hasn't seen much of the strike. That was only his 16th delivery, and he has been out there for a while. Tector has been seeing more of the ball. But I think Pembroke could be very happy if these two were here in the 45th over.
Hit straight to the fielder on the offside on this occasion.
Oh, that's a poor shot from the batter in the nets. Leaned back, got under the ball and went straight up in the air.
T4 Delhi turning up with today's tea. Wonder if we'll get the shout today.
Oh,
no ball again.
Ball. Yeah.
Just be a single on the pitch, but it means Jack Tector will have the free hit. It does also mean that the field can change because they took the single.
Yeah. So 3 can be outside the ring, so it'll be interesting to see where they put the 3. Keeping Carroll at deep.
Nobody at Cow Corner.
No,
they
they're bringing
have a long on and they have a long off.
Yeah, they're bringing fine leg and
There
third man into the ring. Oh, sorry, it's 4 outside the ring. Yeah. So there's
deep square leg, Cow Corner, long on and long off are the people outside the ring. Now, if it was McDara batting, I'd say watch for the reverse.
No, if we had Murray in, it would be definitely a vert. Oh, that's
it's up in the air.
It's
It
going
is
to be
taken,
a single.
and it's just a single.
Of course, he could be run out, but no chance of that. Yes, Daniel Murray, of course, with a couple of very nice reverse sweeps here during the midweek game.
Turning out for the seconds. Picked up a quick 40, did really well.
50. You got a 50.
Oh,
that's good.
it's the leading edge again, and unlike Garth, well, McDara gets away with it, and it squirts away to a gap where there is no fielder.
Well, Murray with a player of the match performance during the midweek game for the seconds. 50 or 52 deliveries, I think it was. And a couple of wickets. Watchful from Tector to see us to drinks.
Well, that will be the drinks interval. It's 95 for 3. Pembroke having been put into bat, and Leinster have done really well in this first session to take 3 of those Pembroke wickets. So whilst the players take a drink, we also will. And after the break, it will be Graham joined by Heatley Tector.
Yeah, well, you knew that. that from her. You knew that from her. So you got here a bit easier this week?
Yes, yes. I also got my ears. I had ear injections. I got one. Yeah, I've seen it. I'm going to get it. The little screw, yeah. Doesn't you're not you're not pushing. Exactly.
Yeah, I keep on needing to do so.
Yeah.
So terrible. It's like terrible like growth. And of course, no one cares about it.
Yeah.
Would you like to finish monarchy race and come to primary school?
Yeah.
So, drinks, everyone is refreshed. Carol to continue from the nursery end, and I'm joined here by Heatley Tector for his first stint of the day.
Thank you, Graham.
And straight away, McDara with a little slap into the offside to get the board moving again.
Come on, lad, come on, lad, come on, lad. Take it time, take it time.
I think you might be on that one. So it's that one there.
That's just what's in the rears.
quick call. Excellent running.
Come on, lads, nothing to say.
Just thinking, two men who have played against each other a very long time in Leinster senior cricket, Joey Carroll and Jack Tector.
Yeah.
Probably about, must be a dozen years, I'd say.
Wow.
They've done battle.
That's the joyful thing when you're a
Yeah.
player at this level. You do get to see the same guys and build relationships. Because at the lower levels, you mightn't see the same team for 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah.
That's well bowled.
He's a very good bowler, is Joey Carroll. Smart as a fox.
Very important to this side, bat and ball.
Oh, hugely, hugely.
Like that'll be one of the wickets Pembroke are hunting in the second innings.
Oh, big time. He's been a great player for a long time now.
Still a few more years, I'm sure, in the
No,
tanks.
I would have thought so. Nicely played.
They're looking for 2. Again, a quick early call. That's the key. Tector running his bat in, but safely home. Great calling from Pembroke, getting these singles and 2s moving.
The one thing that struck me this morning, Graham, when I was looking at the early morning stream, is the length of the boundaries.
Yeah, we were discussing that earlier.
boundaries,
It's
great.
the biggest one yet this year.
Yeah, it's great.
We're just probably guessing it could be a tactic for the second innings, and the Pembroke bowling. The spinners may all take the nursery ends, and just have that extra protection.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is a reason why I was wondering why we haven't seen maybe Johnson bowling over or 2 so far today.
Bowled very well midweek for their seconds in a Tulane Cup match. He's a fantastic young bowler, Tom Johnson.
Yeah. So his left arm spin from the nursery end, he would have that leg side protection.
Absolutely. In comes Carroll, right arm over the wicket.
Quick no.
Good
from
call,
Tector.
good call, good cricket.
That doesn't bother me. If you want to keep that up, that doesn't bother me. Thank you.
So that is the end of the first over after our drinks break. Pembroke 99 now for the loss of 3 wickets.
Breeze just picked up here in the last over or so after drinks. Clouds a little bit darker. Temperature drops slightly. This is where you'd like that second layer in the long sleeve jumper. Not easy fielding, cold hands. Oh, lovely shot from Tector.
Gorgeous shot.
Won't reach the boundary, but they should pick up 3.
An easy 3.
Yeah, that boundary's so big. In the very first over of the day, the batsmen were even thinking about running a 4th.
Yeah. Well, you can see how and
Yeah.
why. Not that every partnership is not important, because they all are crucial. We all know how valuable late runs can be, but this just strikes me as an important partnership.
Yeah.
From a Pembroke perspective, if these two could put on another 30, 40 runs.
Yeah, Pembroke could be desperate for one of these to kick into the the 40s, 50s, to kind of give that base. Because it's set up nicely, 102 for 3, so they'd be looking at minimum, like even at this run rate, they're looking at another 100 runs. Obviously, they'll be looking at 250 as a minimum. So yeah, with a few wickets in hands, because there's some big clean strikers at the ball to come in. Oh, it's over the top.
Well over the top, yep. They'll easily be 2, and they'll restrict themselves to just the 2. Good shot from Cosgrave.
I think he was on one leg when he played that.
He's a man who's fond of dills and scoops and all sorts of.
All the kids are.
Yeah.
It's the first.
Doors are dead.
Yes. Bill started. Yeah. The first couple of days in nets as a kid, you're taught forward defence, back defence. Now it's reverse scoop
Yeah.
and how to sledge.
Yep. Yeah. Time to sledge.
Yeah.
All part of the game
Yeah.
nowadays.
But yeah, looking at some of the batters to come for Pembroke. Oh, it's wide, yes. There's a couple of, like, obviously Daniel Murray's in good form, but coming into the team today for the first time this season, and probably quite some time at one's level, Sam Murphy for wicketkeeper. He is a big, strong lad who can, you know.
And obviously,
it's a chip shot to him.
I saw Sam in all his
lot of
splendid
ones,
played ones in YM for many years. An Irish under-19 cricketer. Went on an Irish under-19 tour to New Zealand. So a man who is more than capable with bat and gloves.
Oh, he's great with the gloves.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're very lucky here in Pembroke to have.
You have three or four.
Very good wicket keepers. Because unfortunately, like losing Greg to injury during last weekend, and then you know having Sam to step in. That's brilliant from a Pembroke point of view.
Well bowled, beautifully bowled.
But he's definitely got that farmer's body.
Yeah.
A lot of hay bales picked up.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, Murray in good form with the bat, and of course he'll offer something with the ball today. Like Bolton, with an important, it's overlooked his 20 odd runs last week against Andrew Bolton. Yeah, very important. Like obviously the last partnership, but his 20 runs before that, you know, just helped to get Pembroke over the line.
I'd have to say, Graham, we had this little debate on air at that Twos game. A lot of good knocks and a lot of very good bowling, but for me, my man of the match was Andrew Bolton. I thought he steered the tail wonderfully well.
Yeah. No, it was an important knock at the end,
well.
and he picked his moment for the big shots.
Yes, absolutely.
But it always amazes me how, because we're just talking about the modern game with the reverse scoop and that, and this shot and this big shot, how the panic set in when it was still only run a ball. It was like, granted, we are dinosaurs, but a run a ball is just tap and go. But they were still looking for boundaries and you know, worried because they hadn't hit a boundary in the over. Yeah. So little work going on by the back room staff here, trying to put up a little barrier just in case it does rain. Because staff. Yeah. Oh, well fielded.
Oh, that was good cricket.
Yeah.
Good delivery, good shot. Well fielded.
Excellent hands. Half a sniff at a run out, but Tector get back in. Yeah, the rain has begun here, and it started off a light drizzle, and a second later it's picked up. So
that's heavy now, Graham.
Yes. With the wind is helping that.
Yeah, absolutely.
They can't, like, you can see the flag is blowing all over. So yes. Yeah, we'll just watch the screen because we're getting enclosed here. Oh, well ball.
Beautiful ball. Beautiful ball.
Just enough movement.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of late movement as well.
And they're coming off.
Yeah. Not surprised.
No, it is heavy. It's not thick rain. It's little rain, but there's lots of it.
Yeah.
So
stumps come out of the ground, and
I think we'll have a little.
I think we'll take a break, Graham.
Yeah. Just
get our
jumpers on.
Before we do, we're halfway through the 28th over. Pembroke 105 now for the loss of 3 wickets. Jack Tector on 22, and McDara Cosgrave exactly half that on 11. We'll be hopefully back with you very shortly.
Yeah, I'll just say that the game did start on time, so there is half an hour's grace with the weather. So we still are we've half an hour before we even think about losing overs. Okay, leave it there. Thank you.
Oh,
Oh, there we go. Now we're live. Welcome back, everyone. 3 deliveries left to go in this over. They're fine.
In comes Carroll. Jack Tector on strike. Nicely played, just pushed into the covers for no run. Welcome back if you've just joined us. Pembroke 105 for the loss of 3 wickets. At the wicket, Jack Tector and McDarragh Cosgrave.
It's a pity that rain didn't, in a way, come a little bit earlier, and they could have had drinks and the break at the same time. That would have been good.
If only cricket worked that way,
Yes.
Graham.
Oh, that's out. Oh,
Pity.
that's a
It's a
loose
ve-
shot.
A good catch.
Yeah.
Good catch. I'd like to
Straight to him, but he
straight
held
to-
it.
Yeah. And cold hands.
Cold
you
hands,
made the point earlier on.
But I think that even may have been the person at second slip he dropped one earlier, so he'd be
Okay.
even more delighted. But yeah, we'll see here. Just
Because it was a short delivery, wide delivery.
used his feet, but it was on the up.
He just didn't get it.
Yeah.
It didn't get the elevation required.
So disappointment for Pembroke, but delight for Leinster.
Yep.
That's a big breakthrough. Obviously, man in form, the parts, you know. So Leinster will be buoyed by that. They'll
Yeah,
be
they
thinking
will be.
we're into the tail in a way. You know, they'll certainly be thinking one more. But
Isn't it funny how, in a cricketing context, the loose delivery, how often does it short and wide and
yes,
another foot and it was probably 6.
yes.
But how often do we see that?
Well, there's a reason why
full
there's a
toss
certain
and-
expression is used
Yeah,
in cricket.
Of course. Yeah.
So many of the expressions used in cricket are oh so true, but no better man with experience to come out to the crease. Ex-skipper of this, well, the All-Ireland winning skipper.
Really fine cricketer,
Yeah.
Fiachra Tucker. Probably knows the ground better than any man.
Well, there's a lot of experience out
there is.
there. But yes. Straight away using his feet. Just a little push into the leg side. Just be an easy one. No silly callback for 2.
Good call.
But a man who's looking for a bit of form, he's only played a few twos games this year, so he'll be
well.
searching for a bit of form.
Well, he's not going to get a nicer opportunity. Plenty of overs and
Well, that's it. No pressure on
No pressure
on the overs at this time. I would say another 12 to play themselves in. Time for a chance also for Cosgrave to show kind of his chance to show a bit of leadership.
just starting to spit a little bit again.
We're just on this camera this one.
It's a big appeal.
No interest.
Will
from the
Houston,
umpire.
none whatsoever. That was
Bottom right, red. Cut. Straight out, so if you look there,
that great
straight
Fingal expression, nor out, going down leg.
Yes. You would often hear that in Knockbrack.
Yep.
Patsy.
Such a history and great cricketing part of the island of Ireland. Nowhere like the Fingal.
There
Right.
was no old umpire who was since departed us. Forgive me, I forgot his name, but he did have a long draw with his not out.
Yep.
So Katsu continuing. Tucker watchful. Again, just his 4th delivery.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Nicely played. Gets his foot right to the pitch of the ball. Head overs. Pushes it out into the covers. No single. 106 for 4. Fiachra Tucker. just in. McDara Cosgrave, big opportunity for McDara now as well.
Cement,
You'd have to say.
yeah, cement the spot. Like it's. These are the moments you do have to grab, because with so many talented Irish cricketers in the side.
Well left, good shot. I love that expression in a cricketing context. A good shot is no shot.
It often is.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that was a very good shot.
Yeah, well left.
Yeah.
Katsu got a bit of movement there,
Yep.
and Tucker, ever watchful, spotted it.
Which he was doing the other evening as well. He bowled sort of that leg cutter.
Yeah.
Sort of a cross seam leg cutter. Well played. Very well played for you, Craig.
Yeah, that's the line he wants. If he is getting that little leg cut, that'll be the one that if he gets it, just get a little nibble. Now Cassidy behind the stumps is on his own now. No more slips in place for Leinster. Trying to apply some extra pressure in the field, plugging gaps and keeping the ones and twos now. Again.
Good line and length.
Yeah.
Good discipline on the part of the bowler. Very good.
Batsman happy to watch it through
Yep.
when he gets himself set.
So, Graham, give me what Pembroke, if they bat their entire 50 overs, if rain doesn't interrupt us, what would Pembroke be happy with from here? 31 overs remaining.
I would say 240.
I think they'd take your hand off.
Yeah.
I think that'd be
Oh,
a great
bites.
score.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that'd be a great score.
Five and over is,
Yeah.
and then you add a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
But obviously wickets will change any kind of run rate. But I think 240s, it's not a great score, but it's in the conditions. Oh, another one. Another just pop up. Just, and this is absolute heaven for Leinster. 2 fresh batsmen now will be at the crease. Cosgrave has been in great form this season. The parts
Slightly unusual in the sense that it was just a sort of full ball on middle and leg.
instead of an angled bat down, it's the bottom hand tuck charge there. Hence the pop up to mid on.
Yeah, as you say, Leinster will be chomping at the bit now, having got rid of Tector and Cosgrave since drinks.
That 240's looking it was a long way away.
Yeah, well, it can, as you know, it can change both ways so quickly.
Yeah. Now this will be Murray coming to the crease. A man in good form, a man with a lot of talent. Well, I say man, he's still under 18.
He's a good player.
Very good player. Oh no, it's not, it's Bolton. Sorry, my bad, Andrew Bolton. So wow, and we're bowling. Oh. So this young Aussie, I think only 19.
He's only a young boy.
Yeah. Has shown some good form with bat and ball and is an excellent fielder. But mostly that has been on the 2, so this is the step up. Great first up delivery.
What a delivery that was.
Okay, we were only saying it earlier. You don't want that when you're the new batter. You're hoping for that loopy, one outside off where you get a nice look at it. That's great bowling from Carroll.
Superb.
He's like 6 for 2. This is a really, really important overs from Carroll. He's 6 and a bit left. He could do some real damage here. That's way too high for any sort of appeal.
But he's getting shape away there. You can see it, Graham. He's, it's
conditions helping, but he's using them well.
Yeah, but he's making the batsman think every delivery, and that's what Joey does.
Yeah,
Gets into your head, and he's.
But like that, his last week it came from just, as you said, a ball just on the stumps, and then just a little mistake from the batter.
Yeah,
and he's one in the hutch. Now we apologise for the slight, angle of the screen at the moment, but it is windy here and conditions are affecting us. It's well bowled again. Yeah, the side screens are staying still for the moment. That's something. Yeah, but it's nice, simple cricket from Leinster, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah.
No freebies.
Got to remember, the bulk of this Leinster side won an All-Ireland 18 months ago.
Well,
So-
league and
Yes, yes,
double
absolutely.
winners. Yeah.
So they are a very good side,
Oh yeah, very much so.
you know.
And they're in. They started the day in first place.
Yeah, they're in great form.
Great. They had a great win last week. So
Yeah.
no, it's shaping up to be a very interesting before the cut-off. What's going to happen with the cut-off? Who would there be? I'd say there'll be a few disappointed teams now in that bottom half who we wouldn't have expected at the start. Well,
Be a
the
few
bookies
teams,
will be happy.
absolutely, yeah. There'll be a few teams who were just a little jittery. And it happened so quickly.
Yeah.
In comes Carroll.
Yes, it is very much going to be like that. In which would you prefer, bottom of the Premier League or winning the championship?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one. So just a quick look around. There is still cricket going on in a lot of grounds. Oh, we're just having a look at the scorecard here. So yeah,
Andy Balbirnie.
everyone getting starts.
Everyone getting starts, yeah. Unusual, 3 11s.
Yeah.
11 by 3. Garth, MacDonald and Cosgrave.
Yeah, that's some Nelsons. One,
Yeah,
one,
it
one,
is,
one, one,
it
one.
is, it is.
It's double Nelson in a way.
I'm not sure whether we can stand. Both legs should be.
Oh, that's watchful. Still movement there.
There is, yeah.
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 This one ball from each end. Are you a fan?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I
Keeps
am.
it harder,
Yeah,
longer.
Yeah, I am, big time. I think it's good for the bowler, I think it's good for the batsman, and I think it's good for the game. So I am, yes, an answer to your question.
So this ball would be less than 15 overs old because, of course, it's a replacement ball. We lost one in the second over.
There's a question. I wonder, when do you get a new ball? After how many? 4? Is that right?
If a ball is lost in the first 4 overs, it has to be a new one replacement.
Ah, didn't know that.
We'll
Yeah.
text us in. So
Okay,
that,
okay.
apparently that's in the regs.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Good rule.
Yeah.
Good rule,
So
yeah.
no, expensive though for the
Yeah,
for the
absolutely.
It's about time the bowler's got something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
here.
Although Phoenix found it to their displeasure the other week when Tim dispatched 2 in the first 4 overs of that end down the track from Tucker, just negating any movement.
Well, there was an extraordinary occurrence which I have never seen last night. England playing the West Indies. I don't know. I'm with Graham and Craig here. I don't know whether either of you saw the game, but there was a no ball because of an incorrect field position. Okay? So obviously you can't move the field. And if that's the case, they would still be playing now. I was thinking to myself, it's a rule that the MCC are going to have to look at, because if you can't move the field, it's another no ball and another no ball,
Yeah.
which you can't. But
If your fielder moves, but you're not allowed to move the field.
Yeah.
The fielder moves.
Right.
So you're fielding in covers,
Get in the rain.
and it's a free hit,
Yeah.
and you want to be back on the boundary.
Yeah.
So you're slowly going back further
Yeah.
than you would have done. The umpire has deemed that you're no longer fielding in the position
That you should have been.
Been.
Well, yeah.
No single if the single's taken,
Yeah.
then you
Yeah.
spread the field. Grand, no problem at all. But if no single's taken, the free hit has to be to exactly the same field.
field.
Yes.
Yes.
So, but if one of your fielder moves, the
Well,
umpire says, well,
But and if it's the exact same field,
yes.
again, it's another no ball.
Yeah.
And so how do they
Get out of it.
get out of it? Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah,
exactly what I was thinking.
Is this
How
one
do
of
you
these
get out of it?
paradoxes that?
Well, I'd never seen it before.
Wow. Okay, I'll have to look back on that. I missed it. Yeah,
it was
yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. It's like we're into pie or something
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
only
yeah.
just recurring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it was. But it was
Yeah.
just an unusual one.
Well done, the umpires.
Yes, absolutely.
So a maiden over from Katsu there. Like, you have to say that the Leinster bowling attack is doing really well here today.
as it has done all season, I hasten to add.
Not many weak links so far.
No,
And yet it's sunny.
no. And you mentioned earlier on TJ, Tom
Yeah.
Johnson,
Still to bowl.
and with
Yeah.
that big boundary, you would have
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah, so the seam is working, so why change it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Bolton yet to get off the mark, facing Carroll into his 5th over. Again, he's just back of a length on that off the middle. No widths, no kind of letting Bolton to free up the arms. Good intelligent bowling.
You'll have to excuse my ignorance when I ask the question. Who are the standing umpires? Is it Will
So
Houston?
Will Houston at square leg,
Yeah, that's it.
and Ashish Sharma
Oh, Ashish, yeah.
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 at the bowler's end.
Yeah. Thank you.
So a good combination today with us.
Just with all these dot balls that Bolton faces, the pressure just ratchets itself up a little bit in his own mind.
Yeah, it's all about the top third. Whether you let yourself feel under pressure, whether you get anxious about getting off that mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Personally, I've always felt every now and again you just have to say the bowler's on top.
Yeah.
And just wait your turn.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Oh, edged, but safely, no slip in place. I would argue that's a mistake from Leinster with the new batter facing, and Carroll bowling so well.
Yeah.
Maybe back him with a slip.
Yeah.
Like two for
and
batsmen.
particularly shaping the ball away to the right-hander as well.
Yeah, this is where you get worried where some captains paint by numbers. You know, it's like, right, we're in the 30th over, right, I'm going to have a fielder here, no matter what. Whereas at the moment, if you're hunting, because another wicket, you know, you'd like to see him maybe attack a bit more.
In comes Carroll. Fiacre Tucker on strike. And he's given him.
Tucker looking in disbelief at the umpire. For some reason, the umpire looked at square leg there. I don't know why. He gave a little look towards square leg after the appeal. It certainly carried, so no question of it not being in the wicketkeeper's gloves. Carroll went up straight away, so he was sure something. Here's the replay. So he was sure it got
Like
something.
to see this now.
So you see him looking towards square leg. I don't know why he's looking towards square leg. Why would you? It's your decision only. But he made the decision. Tucker has to leave, and that's a huge wicket. Carroll now with 3, inside 5 overs for only 7 runs.
How often has Joey Carroll done this for Leinster, Graham?
Yeah.
Time and time again. Fantastic bowler.
We'll have one more look at it.
Just watch the keeper as well. So he is up immediately.
Straight away. They're both up.
Yep.
Tucker's kind of looking, he'd no interest, and unfortunately we've no Snicko here. That's next week. Once that sponsorship comes in from whoever's watching, quite happily. Or we get on to Sky Sports and get their leftovers.
Yeah.
But
Problem is a lot of people are looking for them.
yes. So it brings to the wickets Sam Murphy, and Will Houston's looking at his bats for some reason. So there is obviously rules on what the thickness of the bats that is allowed, and he is measuring his bats. So he's not happy with the bats. So the batsman's going to have to change. Now, technically, would you say he's ready to take the delivery? If he's come out to the wicket with the wrong bat and the umpire sent him back, would you be very cheeky and appeal for timed outs?
There's been a few interesting occurrences between my sort of chit chat at the game at Chesterfield Street last night, and I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I have seen it last year or the year before, the umpire making them change the bats.
Okay.
But technically, would you say he's not ready to accept the delivery? Now, obviously, I don't think the 3 minutes are even close, but it would be a cheeky appeal.
Would be. would be.
Well, Andrew Bolton is helping with the setup, so to prevent any time delay with the moving of the side screens, he's checking it there because Sam Murphy coming to the crease is a left-hander. So we'll have our first left-right hand combination of the day. A slip is coming into place for Leinster.
Yep.
So they really are sniffing blood here. The Sharks see the chum in the water.
It's just too big.
Yeah, they take the blade.
So on a day like today with the weather the way it is, there's a couple of interesting big scores out there as we wait for this first delivery. North County inside 35 overs, 190 for 4 against Phoenix in the park.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, someone's in the runs there.
Well, I'll pop in. I know Niall McGovern got into the 40s opening up.
Very good player
Yeah.
is McGovern. Sam Murphy now about to face his first delivery from Joey Carroll.
That's going to be wide.
Yeah.
Plus the extra. Just using the angle, drifting down leg there too much.
Good glove work on the part of the keeper to even
Yeah.
get a hand to it.
Yeah.
Because it was a big wide.
Yeah, Solomon Safi opened for County with 72 off 58.
Very good.
McGovern 40 off 61. Jamie Grassi 28 off 18. So they seem to be
Good
going
player,
for it.
yeah.
Eddie Richardson is not out, so that's a big one if he stays there.
Eddie is out or not out?
Not out.
Not out.
So as long as
Okay,
he's
yeah.
there, County will
Danger,
get
yeah,
runs.
absolutely. Great player.
Yeah. Still doing it, even with the injuries.
It's another wide, surely. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, for me, Eddie has been one of the great performers in Leinster.
Just under that kind of.
Yeah, he's a fantastic
Yeah.
cricketer. He's inspirational,
Yes.
with bat, with ball, a brilliant fielder in his day.
Yeah. Good leader.
Ah, fantastic.
Good man to chat to.
Huge cricketing brain
Yeah.
on Eddie.
And he knows that home ground so well.
He's brilliant.
You could do it blindfolded in County. Oh, and then no ball.
ball.
So Carroll just, after the wicket, just has a little bit of trouble finding himself. And then, just while we wait, so Malahide in Clontarf, there must be rain on the north side. They've only got 25 overs bowled. But Malahide 99 for 6. So in some trouble there.
Interesting.
Because again, as we were talking about, those teams kind of in that top half, bottom half.
This is interesting now. Bolton, he has a free hit. This
Yes.
is good. Let's see what happens here. Gives himself room. Tries to smash it away.
And he does. Well played.
Great shot. Yeah,
Yes.
super shot.
Yeah. Gave himself the room to free the arms up. Because that has been the line that Carroll has been bowling out so well. And then he just lifts it over the infield. Nobody on the offside boundary at the moment. The field is very attacking. Everyone in the ring on the offside.
Come on, Jesse!
Nobody at deep mid-off or mid-on. Just have a third man that I can see at the moment. I would suspect a fine leg as well. Wide third slip.
Well played, good shot, good delivery. Again, that little bit of late movement, which just makes it tricky. And it goes back to your point of two balls.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
It's exactly what it does.
Yeah. God, I can only imagine what it would have been like bowling with a red ball for, if 2 red balls in a match, what it would have been like. Well, I used to wreck my head because I was one of those bowlers who would always be working the ball even from the first over. And then the other guys in the team, some people never look after the ball. Wrecked my head. Wrecked my head.
It did my head in.
Yeah. It's not a lot to ask. They just, and they didn't care. They didn't. They weren't.
Particularly as with red ball,
Yeah.
it was so crucial.
Yeah. But then you used to have the dark arts at the lower leagues with the red ball because you weren't forced to use a new one every week. So the odd one would get worked on the night before.
Murphy on.
Ooh, well bowled. Just a nice little loopy one there, and
Yeah.
he got caught the wind.
Just Sam not getting his feet to the pitch of the ball there.
He just needs to face deliveries, Murphy.
Yep, exactly. this his first game for the firsts, I wonder?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Lots of twos games.
Yeah, he'll have a few nerves in the tummy, so
As you said, experience at this level.
it's a good shot. Lovely shot.
I don't know if he... Sam is an Iceman, really. I don't know if he gets nerves.
Yeah, I suppose
He never seems to.
it probably doesn't appear to, but it's...
Yeah, you don't know what's going on inside.
you don't know, of course.
Yeah. His father also a left-handed batsman.
That's right. And
Fine player from Mullingar.
fantastic player.
I used to love to get his wicket. The rare times I could.
It was the sought-after wicket when you were playing Mullingar.
Yeah. No,
Not out.
no. Going down. Easily spotted there. Yeah. There was a couple of fine Mullingar players you just wanted to see the back of. But Mr. Murphy, it was always hard to get out. So Katsu doing a top job here for Leinster. Just 10 runs from his 4.5 overs so far. And Murphy watchful again. And I think Pembroke will be relying on doing the damage in the last 10 if they can get set. Yep. If they can start seeing the ball well. But plenty of options open to Leinster with the bowling attack, because these middle order bowlers are doing so well, keeping the runs down, getting wickets, giving the captain lots of options.
They just haven't bowled many loose deliveries.
No. There was the odd bad over, like Azar's first one, when he went for 8 with a couple of no balls, but since then, after that, he bowled well, a couple of maidens in a row, and like that, Katsu and Carroll are just being together. They're backing each other up. Katsu hasn't gotten the wickets yet, but is 10 runs off almost 5 overs. Certainly not letting Pembroke get any relief. Oh, that's well down leg. You just caught the too much movement there. Cassidy did well to get a hand to it.
Very.
Keeps it to 2.
One of those that I thought hit him just above the glove. Wristy, sore. Ooh. And on a cold day.
Cold day.
Yeah.
Although he's being the wicket keeper, inside those gloves he could have one of those hand warm, those gel packs. Yeah. I always loved that about the Bodyline TV show, when the English wicket keeper was given 2 steaks to put inside his gloves. Because of Larwood's bowling, because you didn't have innards or anything, just a piece of leather or whatever, and they put 2 steaks in his gloves. Oh, that's cut.
It's a good shot. Should be 2.
Quick calling needed, and they do.
Yeah.
Jog in 2.
Well, I was just thinking with this weather, the West Indies come back to our shores.
Breedy.
Yes, in Derry. Thursday, Saturday and Sunday coming.
Yeah.
There's no show like a West Indian show. I think, it's their format, the T20. You got to remember they've won
cricket.
They've won the World Cup on a couple of occasions. The current coach, Darren Sammy, captained them to 2 World Cups.
Yes.
And our own Carlos Braithwaite.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Yep.
Leinster's own Carlos Braithwaite, yes. I'm sure he'll be saying hi to a few people when he's over.
Yep. But I was just thinking this might suit Ireland.
Yes,
The West
they do
Indians
feel cold.
They do feel the cold. Yeah. You could even see them in Durham last night. It was a bitter evening.
Well, it's a huge drop for them.
Yeah.
Even what's a winter in Barbados temperature-wise?
Probably glorious.
Yeah. Well, that's where the English like to go for Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I always remember a Phoenix Pro, my first year in Phoenix, and his first game in early April, and he'd borrowed nearly everybody's jumper on the team.
Who, Carlos?
No, he was. I know. I forgot his name.
I know who you're going to say. Yeah.
Well, if I can remember his name.
Yeah.
Went on to become a Test player and scored a Test 100. But in Ireland, he was always cold. Yeah, he wore about 7 layers that day.
I think we've all done that at some stage in our playing career.
Yeah, it's standard attire in railway.
Yeah. It's another good delivery from Carroll, just tying Murphy up a little bit.
Yeah.
Murphy yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't get too worried about that, because again, sometimes the bowler's on top and you just need to let him have his moment. Wait for that loose one if he tries to chase the wicket. Oh, did not play the right line at all there. Uses his feet, but he was looking leg side. That was ugly to be nice. Yeah, right. Nowhere near that. No, this is where don't be chasing or getting nervous.
No man will enjoy that more than the bowler.
Very much so. I put a bit of pep in the step.
In comes Carroll to the left-handed Murphy.
Better cricket.
Yep. Good head position there from Sam, right on top of it.
Again, I don't mind him using his feet, but play the right line. Don't be looking to hike across leg when it's outside off, especially when you've only faced 8 or 9 deliveries. But yeah, a few of the Pembroke batsmen have used their feet to Carroll to try to negate that movement, and no issue there because obviously he's not express pace. Quick, but
Nagy.
yes. That's good batting.
It's a good shot. Lovely shot.
Good fielding.
Good fielding. Again, it's been very much a feature of Leinster today, Graham.
Yeah.
Their fielding has been very good, apart from that drop catch in the slips.
I was going to say that's their only one
That's been
bad
their only
point.
little blemish. Yeah.
And it didn't affect them too much because
No.
they got Garrett soon
Very
after.
quickly, yeah.
Yeah, so that's always great from a fielding side if your mistakes don't count. Yeah, you don't drop the guy who goes on to hit 120 odds.
How nice to see shadows.
Yes, good sign. There is a bit of brightness. Still can see some rain clouds, but they're not over us. Appeal, but again, bad on ground. Yeah, there we go. There's a big shadow. It'll be intermittent, but
So that's the end of the 34th over.
on a good day, this is be when they're taking their second drinks break. But not today.
No. No, it's a sort of,
Unless you're having hot cocoa.
possibly it's a tea or a coffee break today, Graham, I would have thought.
With a little bit of brandy.
Yeah, maybe so.
Nothing.
Not quite my waddy blackcurrant or orange or lemon.
No,
nippy.
with ice. I'm all good, thank you. So Mitchell is going to come back into the attack. He had a good first spell. He bowled from the nursery end first up. Coming now at the St John's Road end.
Excellent figures.
Yeah. Of course, with the important wicket at Balbirnie. He got one just to come back in on him, and he played on. Little niggle off the bat onto the stumps. So would have been delighted to have that scalp in his record book. And again, I'd be interested to see how he bowls to the left-hander, because he was getting away into the right-hander. Shaped inwards.
Lovely.
Yeah. I did always like bowling left arm over to left-handed batsmen, because they seemed to be so used to always getting the ball coming across their body
Well,
with right-handers.
yeah. I think the sight of all three stumps as well.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, there was always an appeal factor.
And you'd
wasn't
more
there?
chance of an
Yeah.
LBW.
Yeah,
None of that
absolutely,
rubbish.
yeah.
Oh, you can't get an LB as a left arm over. That's wide and comes back in. Watched well by Murphy. Just played into point. No run.
Very good, Beno. Very good.
Again, just drifting onto the leg, just clipped into the leg side. Should be one. And is. No risky two called. No need for it at this stage. So it looks like the North Dublin rain is affecting Rush and Cork County. They've not had no play since the 28th over.
And score on that game?
Cork County 115 for 4. Considering the size of Rush, should be low enough run rates. Malahide 117 for 6 against Clontarf.
Any update from the park?
Oh, that's a
Good
nice
shot.
shot.
Again, it's well fielded.
North County have moved to 219 for 4 off 39.1.
Good score.
Yeah, that's setting it up nicely in the last 10 hours.
That's a good score.
Eddie Richardson just, 26 off 47. So he's getting his eye in for a mad dash. Brian Dumphy, that's a big lad.
Well bowled.
Even at the young age of, young age 14, 15, he looked like a second rower. So he's got some muscle on him. He's
Yeah.
16 off 19. So, yeah, they're setting it up nicely. Especially since, obviously, the Phoenix bowling attack missing Dockrell and White as well.
2 big losses.
Yeah.
George has been in great form for. Well bowled again. Nicely played by Murphy with a good, solid call. No.
I always loved that story about George when still, with I think it was Alan Lewis, because he did more caps than Alan, but when he was still under 20. Oh, guys, he's just he seems to be, he seems to be he's just around forever.
Yeah, he's been around. Should get capped at 17 or 18. Yeah.
Obviously, the difference in the number of games played.
Of course.
Between Ireland and the gentlemen of Ireland.
Of course.
But I suppose if he keeps going, he could have over 500.
Been a great servant to the game, hasn't he?
Amazing.
Fantastic player. Great player.
So Carroll into his 7th over.
George is such a destructive middle order batsman now. He's just fantastic.
Yeah, he did have that little stint for the Lightning opening, but maybe didn't quite work out. Well, he did get runs there, but obviously with people like Tim, etc., coming through, he was able to move back to the middle order. It's hard for a kind of somebody who's always batted 6 or 7 in their career to move up to that 1-2 spot.
I think no matter what the format, opening in cricket in the shortest form, in 50 over cricket or in long, in Test cricket, opening is still perhaps one of the most specialised.
So hard.
It's so hard, and it's something that you've nearly got to grow into and grow up with.
Yeah. It's a whole different mentality.
Potentially there should be 2 there. I'd like to see them take 2, and they do that with ease.
Yeah.
Well played from Bolton. Beautifully tucked off his hips.
Because you're getting the bowlers at the freshest. The ball when it's maybe doing, especially if you're at an 11 a.m. start or something, but you have to have the fitness mentally and physically to bat long.
Yeah.
Set up your team. That's why the great openers, like your Gordon Granges, etc., when they hit big runs, they're always a joy.
There's been a lot of great openers.
Yeah, I think. Well bowled. I think Alistair Cook always impressed me in that Ashes tour in Australia, because he batted so long in that heat, in those Test matches where he got the daddy tons.
I can really think of few better.
Yeah.
That's the first name off your tongue. Alistair Cook. Just how brilliant was he?
That level of fitness.
We talked about the West Indies. They've had a couple of great openers down the years.
I know Gordon obviously standing out. For me, growing up, obviously the newer generations have different, but it has so much change now. Like when you look at the likes of Ben Duckett, it's a completely different type of opener. There's no more of this, we want our opener to be there at the end of day 1, looking into day 2. That's never going to happen really anymore with some of these England batters.
He's become a superb cricketer.
Yeah, and he get the runs, but I doubt you'll ever see him on day 2.
Yeah.
Unless there's rain involved. He just doesn't seem to, because he'll be non-stop go. It's 5th gear or no gear.
Well, he's at you early as a bowler. There's no respite. He ain't.
Zach Crawley being the same as well.
Yeah. I think all the modern day openers in white ball cricket, certainly.
Yeah.
You know, they're aggressive, they hit the ball hard.
Another good delivery. So Carroll's just, again, he's just, as you used the word brilliantly earlier, naggy. End of his 7th over. Just 18 runs and 3 wickets.
Fantastic
Great
figures.
spell. Now, do you bowl him his 8, 9, 10?
I think if I were the skipper, I'd keep him going. Yes, I would. Yeah.
Build that pressure.
I think he's in a rhythm.
I'm surprised even they took Katsu off because he was bowling well enough to keep him going.
You know,
And again, I don't know if he's chasing wickets, but I'd be quite happy just to run through 6 overs here for 15 runs and let them be in 41, 42, 43. So Mitchell into his 8th. So he'll have bowled the most overs by the end of this over so far for Leinster. Mundra has bowled 7 so far today. Carroll with 7.
his locks are flowing into the breeze.
It is interesting how he's getting that shape on the ball into the left-hander. When he was getting the shape into the left-hander.
And the interesting thing is as well, if you look at the flags, you know, it's blowing the other direction. It's blowing our left to right, and yet he's
bringing it in,
bowling big induckers there, you know.
Oh, we've had
trouble here.
First yes, no. Well backed up.
I think he might have been in a spot of bother had that been a direct hit.
He's a quick lad.
Yeah, he is.
I'll see here now.
Let's have a look at this now.
Well played off the hips from Murphy. There's the well, Bolton looked to go straight away. Oh, he was safely in.
Oh, he was well in. Yeah.
I think the wrong end then.
The wrong end, yeah.
Bolton was going no matter what by the looks of it. That's well wide. Well wide. Could easily see that outside the blue line.
It's nice to have the views of umpire Houston on air a couple of weeks ago. It's always interesting from a man in the middle's perspective. He sees things that we don't necessarily see.
We're off.
It's got heavy again.
Yeah, that was a quick signal from Houston. He really enjoyed himself.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, it was interesting.
Yeah. Obviously, you can't be too controversial, but wow! You can see on your screen how heavy that has just gone from nowhere to such, and you can hear it over us. That has just amazing amount of rain.
That's a ferocious shower.
Well done, the umpires getting them off as quickly as possible. We're hoping to hopefully get the covers on and not get too much damage out there. Wow, you can hear that on the gazebo. That is heavy.
And so we're halfway through the 37th over. And Pembroke have progressed on to 126 now for the loss of 6 wickets. Me thinks this could be a longer break than the previous one, just with the amount of rain falling.
Well, even if the rain stops, because it'll have dampened it a bit.
Absolutely, But anyway, we will take a break, and we thank you for your company. Fingers crossed, we'll rejoin you very shortly, and when we do, Pembroke will resume on 126 for 6.
Well, here we are at Sydney Parade. You can see the scene. When the last rain came, the umpires quite sensibly decided that it was time to take tea, and the players have now been fed. Many thanks to Bavna and her catering. The players are in the middle, and the captain and groundsman at the moment are looking at the big black cloud that is currently spilling its rain across the north side of the city. I suspect if we tuned into the Clontarf feed, then we would find that they're being rained on by that cloud right now. It's it's not pretty at the moment. The Leinster players warming up as if they're going to start at 22 minutes past. I'm not quite as confident. I have a feeling that that band of rain could be coming for us. And as I say, it is teeming. The rain is teeming out of that cloud at the moment. You can see from the flagpole. A flagpole just showing that the wind coming from that northerly direction. Covers are being moved. And perhaps they're hoping that cloud will just slide down the Liffey Valley. Nice if it did miss us, but the way the flag is showing the wind, I suspect that that could be with us sooner rather than later, and those covers you currently see being wheeled off might return very quickly. But at the moment the sun is shining here at Sydney Parade. Pembroke have had a tricky enough first side batting, 126 for 6. Just whilst we're waiting for the umpires and any play to begin. There is a shot at the wicket. But what we'll do now is we will take you through what has happened thus far. So, Leinster won the toss and decided to field first. Andrew Balbirnie, top scorer there so far. Jack Tector with 22 was a cautious innings, but Carroll has just done really well picking up those 3 wickets at very little cost. 21 extras in just 36 overs in a senior game. And here is the Leinster. Yes, timing is everything. There you go, Joey Carroll, 3 for 18 from his 7 overs. We've now been reduced to 46 overs a side, so 4 of the bowlers will have only 9 overs to bowl, would be the theory. But having used 6 bowlers and used all of them for at least 5 overs, it means that Leinster have a bit of flexibility for these last 10 overs, or 9.5 overs. It hasn't been fireworks today, and that is reflected by the Pembroke worm slowly making its way up. You can see it's been stuttering its way up there today more than anything else. And 3 quick wickets after drinks have really found Pembroke in a difficult position. Here is the over by over. You can see, well, a couple of overs of 9 and a couple of overs of 8, but quite a few maidens as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 maidens. Niall beside me thinks that the rain is about to arrive. It certainly appears to be getting closer. He's gone out the front. You think it's about to start again? The rain or the game? It's a toss-up between the two. That dark rain cloud, and you can almost see the rain falling from it now, and that is getting closer and closer. Personally, Niall, I think it's time to put up the covers. Seriously, that's coming for us.
Yeah, I think we'll see and hear it on the far side of the ground to give us time to go.
Why aren't we here? Why haven't I out there taking the coin toss? Yeah. Yeah, but it's somewhat like, I know the comments committee made that. Yeah. All right. Graham,
of all people, should know that the Dougals are there. Yeah. saying the Dougals are on. There you are, chatting away about tests and broken hearts. And you're broadcasting it to the world, Graham. So I turned them down. I haven't got that far. Rainfall radar. Yeah.
Keeps you fit. I was saying what we need is for you when your dad's doing the laps, especially when you're batting. You know how the kids' scoreboards where they have the little flip things. Every time he walks by, 1, 2. Wasn't it great? Yeah. Great finish. Yeah. I was distraught the non-striker.
Yeah.
Hannah, she's lovely. She's such a nice person. And she plays the game really well because she captained their development team in the development league. And a couple of seasons ago, we were playing against them. And I'm
Graham, of course, is chatting away in the background.
Sorry, I didn't know you were live.
Well, the Leinster players look like they're waiting for the rain. I know I am. I don't suspect it's going to be too long at all. And a few of the Pembroke players, indeed, are still close to the covers. I give it 3 minutes. That is definitely getting closer, definitely coming here. And I suddenly get a feeling that the gazebo is going to be very full indeed. Well, that weather really is awful there at the moment. And I can't help but think it won't be very long at all until the rainfall is coming down. And joined in the box now after an elongated tea period. That was well done. And yes, Heatley, those clouds do not look good. I don't think it'll be very long before we're dumped on from a great height.
Well, Craig, good afternoon, I should say, but I left the pavilion approximately 3 minutes ago. I was thinking of taking my little gilet jacket off because it was warm and lovely. By the time I got here, I just said, perhaps our window may have to go back in place to shelter us from what looks like a nasty looking sky.
Yeah, it's not looking promising at all. Now, that having been said, if it was to rain and to rain heavily for long enough and this game was called off, I don't think Paul Lawson would be too upset at the moment from the position Pembroke are in right now.
I'm not quite sure what the opposite of too upset is, but I think I think you are 100% correct.
Yeah. Well, Bolton and Murphy return to the middle.
Yeah.
And that cloud right over the top of us now. Dale has got his bucket of sawdust. And the wind now starting to pick up as the rain pushes the air ahead of it.
Well, it's always a poor sign when you see an empty wall in Pembroke.
People. Well, of course, there is also the added attraction, Leinster cruising through their semi-final against Glasgow.
Sorry, score in that, the last I saw, 25-5. Have you any update?
It's more than that now, anyway.
More than that now,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
yeah.
certainly 32 anyway.
Okay.
37-12.
Okay, thank you.
It's now got a lot darker.
It's got very dark.
Dart rumbling past on its way to Bray and beyond. And Bolton gets
Nicely
underway.
played. I thought Bolton batted exceptionally well in the Tulane Cup match.
Yes,
the
he
midweek.
did.
I thought he was my man of the match. I thought he shepherded the tail really well.
Did a super job.
Yeah,
for the
I thought
side.
he was fantastic now. Really impressive.
Now, Ben Mitchell started his spell bowling left arm seam,
So, is that the yes, it is. I was wondering because,
and now he's become an off spinner,
yeah,
or orthodox left arm spinner. So yeah, that was wow.
a man of many talents, no doubt.
So it would seem, and he certainly got a bit of turn with that last delivery, bit of bounce and turn.
Yeah. So, 37 overs have been bowled. Pembroke 127 for the loss of 6 wickets. Bolton on 11 not out. Sam Murphy on 3 not out.
Graham, would you grab Niall and Monty just inside the door?
Preparations for rain being made here. No,
Got away with that. That was a loose delivery. He nearly had time to put that anywhere in the ground.
7th bowler now,
Yeah.
Bahadu. Bolton plays this one into the leg side. They'll be looking for 2.
An
And they
easy
should get
2.
it.
Yeah, easy 2.
Well backed up. Good professional play. And yes, we are into the last 10 overs, and the rain now starting to come down.
And quite heavy now, all of a sudden. Nicely tucked off his hips.
Start in the middle and work your way out.
I know Kieran, oh, there we go. It's coming heavy, and the players are, no, they're staying on.
No, they're going.
They're going, yeah.
Oh my goodness, doesn't Andrew
That's
Bolton
heavy.
move quickly when he wants to? The umpires removing the stumps. And now there'll be a bit of Pembroke cover ballet as they line them up.
Dale giving the instructions there.
Oh, that is coming down
That
very
is-
heavy now.
That is just awful. Oh my goodness.
Well, I did say 3 minutes. It wasn't that far off.
Gotta say a quick hello to Mrs. Bolton, because I got a text from Sharpie to say he had been in touch with Mrs. Bolton, who I think resides in Sydney. I think.
Excellent.
I think I'm right in saying that. Anyway, if you're still listening, good afternoon from a wet, miserable Sydney parade.
My goodness.
And it's probably, not sure what time of the day is it in Sydney? You'd know that now, Craig.
Oh, that would be set up here somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh. Fat fingers. It's 1:30 in the morning, so perhaps has taken to the safety and warmth of her bed at this
Yeah,
stage.
well, that sounds like a good call to me.
It sounds like a good call from here at the moment. That is teeming down.
Another 15.
Oh, just before Graham takes my fingers off. Sorry. No, you're grand. I went to get my hand in it, and you were trying to get the lid on it.
Another 15, 20 minutes of that, and we could be in a spot of bother here, Craig.
Well, once again, I don't think Paul Lawson is overly upset at the moment.
No. Anyway, maybe we should take a break rather than have our viewers looking at this horrid weather. We're halfway through the 38th over, and Pembroke are 130 for 6. Bolton on 14 not out, Murphy on 3 not out, and perhaps we'll take a break, Craig.
Sounds like a good idea. So just remember to pop back in and see how play is later on. We will keep you up to date with anything that we have when we have it. we come to you with news. The players have shaken hands. The umpires have called it out. Dale has put the signs up around the square. And I think we can take it that this game has been abandoned due to the wet conditions being suffered by the pitch at this stage. We had a number of downfalls. It does look like he's wearing flower trousers, doesn't it? Will Houston in his flower trousers. He's talking to the Leinster player about possibly why this game was called. And it's quite easy to know. It's a non-result. Points will be shared. I think that will benefit Pembroke more than Leinster, and certainly the way the match situation was, that would be the way. So Leinster will probably remain top. Of course, it will depend on fixtures elsewhere, and we'll see how that goes. So for today, we leave you with a sodden Sydney parade on a Saturday. Glad I don't have a lisp. Where Pembroke batted first, got themselves into a bit of bother. They were 130 for 6 after 37 overs when the second downpour came. And since then we've had other showers and other downpours, and that was enough to see this game finished. And so we'd like to thank you for tuning in, and hopefully you'll join us tomorrow when the first 11 will be taking on Estonians in the Bob Kerr Irish Senior Cup second round game. But until then, from Heatley, Graham and myself, and even James turned up, although he didn't get a chance to get on mic. So thank you all, and thank you as always to Niall. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Until then, have a good evening.
So that concludes another